Well, hello there, Chad. Twitch, YouTube, what's up? Hello, hello. We are live. Holy shit. I managed. I managed, dude. Let's go. Hello, everyone. Yo, yo, yo. Daryl123 with a follow. Thank you so much for the follow, bud. Welcome in. Hello, everyone. We've got Celestina first, Happy second, and Sinister third over on Twitch. Devo, not first, not second, not third. You're fourth. Yeah. Thank you for being here, guys. Who else do we have here? Shockwave, Daryl, Rayan. Welcome in, guys. LZ as well. What is that one, Celestina? Yeah, you are first. I said that you're first, yeah. 834. Okay. Bullyfoots, I saw it, yeah. They took out the fog. One thing I loved about the game was not being able to see the shit on the ground, and now that's gone also. Aw, LC. Me and my bad connection. Let's go. Icy's here, dude. Are you on the train still? She won't be next time, trust. And we've got Moki and JJ over on the YouTubes. Hello, YouTubes. I know you guys are there. Wow. Alright, before we start, I want to show you something. For anybody who isn't on Discord, make sure that you guys join our Discord channel. Yep, there's a lot of stuff going on. First thing I want to show is we have a new polls channel that you can go and vote. We currently have a nice little question. I want to see how people feel. The question of the week is, now that we've seen the full 0.4 reveal and the patch notes, how would you rate this announcement so far? And you've got the rankings there. Go and vote. We've got 16 votes. We just posted it. It's going to be on for the whole week. I really want to see what you guys feel, okay? YouTube, Twitch, let's use those Discord commands. There you go. There's a Discord command there, and there's another one here on YouTube. Go and vote. The second thing I wanted to show you is I did release 2 videos today. TLDR for the entire reveal of the 45-minute video that they did. It's a TLDR if you haven't seen it. And a TLDR for the patch notes. This shit took so long. I went to bed last night at 3 a.m. my time, and I woke up at 7 a.m., and I was still doing the patch notes, writing each thing one by one, deciding what I'm going to include, what I'm not going to include. So give that some love. Go and watch it if you haven't seen it or you don't understand the patch notes. Maybe you can understand from the video. And third, I want to show you is the general chat here. We have a lot of people discussing. We have a lot of things to review. And I want to say thank you to Devo. I found this last night, but he's the first one, I think, that he posted it on the general chat. So we do have a lot of good general chat stuff going on our Discord channel, so don't miss out. Make sure that you're in. So let's begin today with quickly assessing and looking over the druid and what he has and what he doesn't have, what we could do with it, and then we're gonna go and play a little bit of our ice chronomancer that's waiting for us right here. Look at that. This beautiful build is what we're gonna be doing today. All right, so this is the Shaman Ascendancy. Yeah, nice video today. Thank you, Funky. I released 2 of them actually. Yeah, the TLDR for the video and the patch notes. Welcome in, Funk. Good morning, Twisted Sinner. Morning. I don't know how to vote. I'm going to play. Yeah, that's why I extended it for the whole week. So you can change your votes whenever you want. You can decide now and then change it. You can do whatever you want. You can wait. All right, let's begin. Where do we begin? Where's the beginning? Here. Yeah, this has to be the beginning. So let's start with these 2 nodes right here. So what is this? Flask recovery. 15% increased life and mana recovery from flasks. Okay, and sacred flow. Gain 40 spirit for each available empty charm slot. Huh. Right, so let's say you sacrifice rarity charm, if that's gonna be a thing even. Or if you have the right passage, you keep the right passage and you sacrifice the other 2. Or depending on the stun threshold and everything. I think the best that we could do at the moment is going to be 2 empty charm slots. So you can gain 80 spirit. I think that's that's the maximum that you can sacrifice. You definitely want to have at least a stun charm or a freeze charm, depending, but I don't know what the passive tree is going to look like. But this is not bad. Like, potentially, minimum 40 spirit you gain from this, maximum 120. I mean, it's not bad, right? You can have 2 really good charms and then have this to have another aura that you're missing. Yeah, exactly. That's 2 auras plus a support. That's insane. That's pretty big, man. Yeah, it's pretty big. If you do 80 spirits, that's pretty big. 6 out of 10, I think. The Druid is pretty cool, and the performance patch for PC and console is great anyways, but I had hoped there would be more updates for the end game. Yeah, I think the majority of people are going to feel the same way. Make sure you go and cast your vote there so we can see the majority. That's the only way to understand how people feel. And to be completely honest, there is a ton of negativity going on online, and I definitely want to see how we feel, because personally I feel positive in a weird way. Like, I'm not positive like I used to be in 0.3, but I feel, I don't know, I feel good about it. I feel that there's going to be more, or we're underestimating the big mechanic. We're underestimating what Druid's going to bring to the table, the new uniques, the performance fixes, the fog fix, all of these things. I think we could be a little bit more positive for the next week and a half until we get to play and see what's happening. I feel bored for 4 months already. Yeah, that's the side of me that feels the negativity, that I am ready. Tonight, I wish that tonight was the release. Yesterday was the reveal, the patch notes. Tonight is the release. We get over with it. We go in. We change our minds. We like it. We love it. We hate it. Whatever the case is. We play for 2 months, and then 0.5 comes with crazy changes. That's what I want to happen. You know what I mean? Wait, you were bored all of 0.3? No. If you're talking to me, then no. Definitely not. I wasn't. I was bored in 0.3 around the 3rd month or 2.5 months in. And then I started hardcore and I absolutely loved it. But one reason why I feel weird about this is that there's no hype hanging. I guess before going into this, we should have spoken about how we feel about it, because we didn't get the chance to speak about it after the reveal and everything that's happening. I didn't share my opinion about it, and now I've analyzed, I've read, I've memorized the patch notes. I did a video about it, so I know pretty much the whole picture apart from whatever they haven't released. So maybe we can talk about it a little bit more before we go deeper into this. What's up, Tabletop? I'm not mad, just disappointed by the lack of endgame stuff. I don't think Druid will be good. Shapeshifting is available to all classes, so maybe a Titan with Bear Shapeshift. On the other hand, you have to say that adding over 200 passive points to the game is something some entire RPGs don't even have. True. All right, so let me read a little bit of your opinion, guys. So if you want to share your opinion, now's the time. I'm going to read some of them already. Pet Value, welcome in. I'm disappointed with the lack of cold in the Druid stuff, especially since player base has communicated that they're sick of lightning, but thinking blame Flame Chaos Dragon. Devo says, I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of surprised that the wolf is cold related, which, yeah, it makes more sense than any other element. I thought it was gonna be like bleeding or physical, something like that. So I'm happy to see cold on the wolf. Hopefully we get some cold support gems because of that. That's gonna inspire more cold stuff going on. So I'm excited for that. But I do share your point as well. I'm a little bit disappointed, says Celestina, but, with a capital but, I will make the most of this league. I'm looking forward to the thingy where you can get new limbs and see what kind of bonuses they will give, since we only saw a little snippet. True, that's probably my personal favorite thing that the Val Temple brings. I think that's a very, very cool concept. I will try to build on their Druid tree, not the Druid skills, says DH. Okay. Fabs, welcome in. Good afternoon. How you doing? Happy Friday, by the way. Yeah, happy Friday, everybody. Sinister saying, my disappointment is not at what is released. It is because they did not give pre-warning about Endgame getting delayed. Waiting until the QA was not good look for them. Past that one thing, I'm happy and excited to see what else they sneak in. Yeah. Fair enough. I agree with that. Also, the temple stuff confused me, so we will have to see how it comes across when it releases. True. There is a lot of lack of information, to be completely honest. Like basic stuff. We like homogenizing. They don't have in the reveal. They don't have in the patch notes. Mark said that they're gonna take it away from the game, but there's no other information about any other omens that might actually get the boot. They didn't answer to our question about the NPC with the abyssals. If he's going to be in our hideout, if the omens and the previous currency stuff are going to remain the same. Apart from the vertebrae, we don't know if everything else is going to remain the same. Are they going to buff them? Are they going to nerf them? What's happening with that? We don't know that. We don't know a lot of things about the temple. There are a few things, man. We don't know. Yeah, the uniques and the support gems is normal that we don't know them. They never release everything. Hello, Dracarys, welcome in. Wait, there's more on Monday. Yeah, I'm hoping for that as well. But I'm going to change the way that I'm hoping about future expansions of Path of Exile 2. And it's not... And I'm not talking about being disappointed or whatever. It's just for my happiness. You know what I mean? I'm going to explain what I mean in my full opinion in just a second. I will do my best to argue about it with people today. I was defensive during the release, and sorry if I was. No, it's fine. No, express yourself freely, man. That's what we do here. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. If you come here and you say that you absolutely hate it and you have, like, valid points, it's perfectly fine. Yeah. If you say that you love it because of your own opinions and your own points, then I'm super happy for you. Of course. Nobody should be labeled in any possible way because of how this makes them feel. You know what I mean? So don't worry about it. What do you think about Oracle Ascendancy, Druid as Spellcaster? Want to hear your opinion? Yeah, I'm going to formulate everything about it. I'm going to do my best to tell you my whole opinion. So when it comes to the patch, I think the Val thing has some cool potential. The Druid for me is like a 6 out of 10, but may go up after I play it. In the end, I just don't see this patch keeping people long term because the end game is the same. Okay, yep, fair. Dracarys, hello again. I don't know if I said hello before, but hello in case I missed you. Sending you hugs from the Himalayan mountains in India. If the endgame is the same, it will be a short outing for me. Cheers. Maya, wow. Himalayan mountains in India. Sending hugs back. Thank you for being here. My disappointment is because of the hype they generated being the biggest endgame change just to come out last night and say there was no time. Screw the Druid, make content so that people won't leave after 1 month. Yeah, I agree with that as well. I'm way too hooked to PoE2 at this point. If they put whipped cream on shit, I'll eat it. Had a blast in 0.3 and leveled the BM and Deadeye to 100. Can't wait to try out the new stuff Druid has to offer. Probably not a Druid though. 240 passives. It's crazy, says a white monster. Deadeye with Roa seems like an obvious choice at this point though. Again, which is super weird. Bloodletting was expected. Yep, agreed. Hello, Jag. Welcome in, brother. The super legendary host of last night, dude. I read the patch notes again today, and I think they kind of hurt Deadeye. Okay? I really, Elite Penguin is saying, I really hope that there is some hidden patch notes or really good support gems for caster. Otherwise, I'm just gonna watch some streamers for like a week and play something else instead. Rayan is saying, personally, I'm fine with the lack of endgame update. I'm treating the game as what it is, an EA game. Yes, they did sort of promise it, but it is what it is. At least they gave us something. Anything is better than nothing. I'm still starting with a World Twister, but going PF instead of DE. Yeah. I think they buffed Deadeye, and there's a new quiver for them. It is a Val down. Don't think they hurt, did I? Okay. So here's, I'm going to try and structure. Let me quickly find the patch notes. Okay, here's the announcement we have here, and we've got the patch notes as well. Where's content reveal, announcement page? What's happening here? Okay. Hey, Darkstar and Black Onyx, welcome in. I can structure it as best as you can if you pull up the Druid page. So, do you think that Monk was nerfed or buffed? Yeah, I'll talk about the whole thing because I'm gonna get confused if I get through everything mix and match. So here's my opinion. I agree with every single one of you guys. I think we can all agree with the majority of things, but I personally agree with almost everything you guys are saying, okay? I believe that them overhyping it and over-promising is what made people expect things differently and expect much more. And you know why we're expecting much more is because GG has delivered in the past, and we've seen how they can cook and how much we've been praising them in the past, and we know that they can be successful whenever they promise something, they can deliver, which obviously made us all super excited and super hyped up, which is why, if you remember the week where we were reacting with things, or DM reacted to our prediction or whatever, the majority of us were saying, oh, this is a very clear and safe prediction. And what happened, ironically, is the safe predictions were not even safe. They never came to be. So it's normal for the majority of people to be disappointed. It's because that's what we were expecting, completely different thing, and we were delivered a completely different thing. So I stand with that as well. But after processing it a little bit, the reason why this is happening is because, once again, just like 0.2, they delivered and over-delivered with a class. This class looks insanely good. Now, I do agree that I don't believe the Druid is going to be the most played class ever, maybe because of the hype, but I don't think it's going to be the most viable one. Maybe Druid is going to encourage other builds with other classes, other ascendancies, and stuff like that. But I mean, design-wise, transition, the bear form, the wolf form, the wyvern, whatever you want to pronounce it as, they're really, really cool. They put so much passion and effort into those things that it's insane. But once again, I've said it before, I'm going to say it again. Whenever you have a league with a new class, something else needs to be sacrificed, and this time it was the end game and whatever else they wanted to do with it, right? Having said that, talking about the Druid, I think the Druid looks very cool. I think the Druid is going to stop looking cool after a month of playing, which is why I never encourage more classes to be released, but I encourage more balancing and more endgame revamp and stuff that needs to be fixed. When it comes down to the two ascendancies, I think that the Shaman might be played more than the Oracle. I think that they're good, but again, I don't have too much information. I didn't even see the ascendancies that we have prepared here that we're going to watch in just a second, so I don't have too much opinion about it, to be completely honest, when it comes down to the two ascendancies. The mechanic, the Val mechanic, I really, really like it. I think it's a little bit complex, but it's only complex because it's new. For the majority of us, it's going to be new. For some PoE1 vets, they will know a few more things than We do, but it's fine. It's going to be easily understandable. There's going to be a gazillion guides out there that are going to help us understand it a little bit more. But it brings a completely different thing to the table when it comes down to going into the game, and now all of a sudden you have a brand new thing that you can play. It's not only map farming. Now you could do temple runs. Then you can do some map farming. Then you can go back to your temple stuff. It provides a different thing to the game that we didn't have before. Yeah? So I really like that, and I cannot wait to see and optimize this as best as we possibly can, strategy-wise and whatever. And whenever we get too comfortable with it, to see how rewarding it's going to be. Then another thing that I wanted to mention is so that's it when it comes down to these, right? So the patch notes are insane. There's a lot of changes, a lot of stuff happening. Personally, I don't believe that the Deadeye has gotten a significant enough hit that it's not going to be in the top 3. I still believe the Deadeye is going to be in the top 3, and I'm talking about Lightning build. Maybe there's going to be a couple of extra changes. Lightning Rod got nerfed for sure, but you can simply add something like Ball of Lightning for boss fights or Elemental Weakness, and it will most probably compensate to the damage that you're going to be losing from before, because before it was so overpowered you didn't need any of those abilities. So I do believe that that's going to affect it and help it. Also, don't forget that they're adding more projectile stuff going on in their tree, so that's going to help them get the damage that they're lacking. And also they got nerfed defensively, which simply means that you need to focus up a little bit more when it comes down to defense. And the movement speed got reduced because of the one limit of the runes, which means that simply Deadeye is not going to be, not Deadeye, but in general, the builds are not going to be as fast as they used to be before. But it doesn't mean that it's not going to be top 3, because the movement speed issue, is across the board. It's not just the Deadeye, right? Nova Projectiles has been nerfed harshly. Indeed, it's butchered. But don't forget point 1 and point 2. Deadeye Ranger was top 3, and Nova Projectiles did not exist in the game. It wasn't a thing. Only point 3 Nova Projectile was a thing, right? So I'm pretty sure that we're going to be able to get... Like, Ricochet rank 3 is out, but... we can use other stuff. You know what I mean? We can go back to a point 2 build with the Ranger, point 1 build with the Ranger. It's going to work just fine, in my personal opinion. Yeah, exactly. I didn't even... Yeah, but you probably... Do you use Ricochet? I replaced Ricochet 3 with the Nova Projectiles with Ricochet 3, and it worked perfectly with my main build. But Ricochet 3 is out of the game now. Nova Projectiles is nerfed to the ground. So both of those are not available. But we're going to have... Don't forget, guys, we're going to have new support gems. And we're going to have other support gems that are going to shine, right? So I don't think it's going to be a problem at all. Somebody asked me for the Monk. I think... Monk has been buffed slightly in both ascendancies, but not to the degree that they should have been, especially the Acolyte. But yeah, I'm definitely... the way that things look right now, I am probably going to start with a Monk. And I'm going to go for the Wind. The second... I changed my mind now with the Mercenary. The second most attractive class for me now is Ranger Pathfinder. After Monk. So right now my priority is Monk, Pathfinder, Monk, whatever, Invoker, obviously. Invoker, Pathfinder, Druid. How about the Hollow Palm Monk? That's a really good question. So I was thinking about it this morning when I was sipping my coffee and I was crying silent tears because Hollow Palm has been nerfed significantly. And then I was looking at things a little bit better, and I don't know if it's going to be a nerf. To be completely honest, on paper, it sounds like it. It seems like it. But if you calculate it, I don't think it is. Like, if you just read this sentence, you'll be like, holy shit, it's butchered, right? Hollow Palm Technique now grants 1% more attack speed per 75 evasion rating instead of 25. So think about it like this. We used to have energy shields, not energy shield, evasion rating on the body armor around 2,000, let's say, right? Or let's say 25, 2,500, whatever. So you would get roughly what, 100% more? Yeah, 100% more attack speed. Now you're gonna get like a third of that based on this. Right? However, if you read this second one, it says the base unarmed attack is now 165 per second, previously 1.4. So it's the base, so it's gonna scale. Additional to all of this, don't forget that the Thunder, what is it? Thunder Fist Crackling Palm, which was the main unique we were using, has been significantly buffed, by the way. 15% base critical hit chance instead of 5, and now it deals 40% more lightning damage at all levels. So also this is going to help it to deal even more damage. There are no changes with any other ability, so I think it's going to be just fine. So yeah, I think endgame, if I calculate things, my guess is that endgame is gonna remain, it's gonna remain the same, and early game, it's gonna be nerfed. That's what I believe. Yeah, Coming Calamity as well got buffed significantly, so that's going to be pretty nice. Comet got a huge buff as well. That's true. I'm excited to see Regalia builds once again, like 0.2 and 0.1. 0.1 mostly. Not 0.2, sorry. Tempest Bell got buffed as well. Yeah, Tempest Bell got like range buff, right? Nothing is significant, I don't think. Impact radius is now 2.1 meters. Bell shockwave radius is 2.6 meters. And the hitbox has been increased. Yeah. A rage melee build. Yeah, for sure. We're going to be able to do that with the druid now. So yeah, overall, now that I spoke a little bit about some changes, the feeling that I have right now is disappointment because of the promises, but I'm okay with it now because they took accountability. I agree with Sinister though with one thing, that I would prefer if they came a month ago and said, hey guys, we tried our best, but we don't want to half-ass things. We just want you to know from now that we're really sorry, but the end game revamp that we promised that we're going to deliver in 0.4 unfortunately has to move to 0.5 because Druid is a lot harder for us to work on, but we promise that we're going to do our best to fix everything else as much as we possibly can so we can have a smooth transition to the end game revamp. Because if you think about it, if you listen to the interview when Mark was explaining these things, it's very hard to say, okay, we're just going to delete the whole Atlas tree. We're going to revamp it. We're going to recreate the entirety of the Atlas tree. Okay, cool. Got it. 0.1 on the board. How do you do that? The way that you do that is you need to calculate everything else that comes with it. Okay, so what happens with rarity? What happens with the waystones? But now it's going to be the tablets. Are tablets going to work with the waystones? What if the Val corruption thing scuffs everything and it's overpowered? Are we gonna seriously base everything on the Val Corruption League, the Atlas points, and then the towers? Are we gonna remove them? What happened? It's too many things, and yeah, if you don't want to release 50% of the product, I'm all for that. Just let us know. Instead of, you know, I mean, we were so excited, man. Like in the middle, I remember in the middle of the announcement, there was a huge build-up. And then they finished. They finished the announcement, and we were like, "Huh? What?" You know what I mean? But you know what makes it okay for me is that we've never ever had a communication issue with GGG, which is why I'm positive. Which is why I don't want to promote negativity. I'm just telling you how I feel about it. It's why I am disappointed. But it is what it is. I'm still going to play the game. I'm still going to have fun. And I'm going to juice the shit out of the game and find other ways and learn more. And and do everything that we can do, test all of the builds that we can, do all the projects that we can, play hardcore SSF, whatever. You know what I mean? I'm still going to do that until I feel that I'm bored. I'm not going to force myself to say I'm bored because the majority of people are saying it. And I'm not going to force myself to play the game if I don't feel like it. In 2 months, we're getting a PoE1 league. Worst case scenario, I start playing PoE1 a little bit. But I'm okay with it. You know what I mean? Now, I have 2 more positive and negative things to say. And I'm going to finish with my opinion. And I don't want to talk about my opinion again. Okay? Because there's a lot of opinions going around. There's a lot of negativity going around. There's only one negative thing that I want to say. And I feel kind of iffy saying this, but I'm going to say it anyway. I felt that the interview, the Q&A, was a little bit forced last night. My personal opinion. I have a bullet point thing here that I did. And I want to see if I'm too harsh with this. Okay, so again, this is me talking about the game that I love playing, and I'm going to keep on playing it. And the reason why I have this feedback, this is more of a feedback, not a complaint, not bitching, not being harsh, not being a dick. This is feedback for a better tomorrow in the game that I want to keep playing, right? The interview yesterday for me was a little bit of a red flag. And here is why. I believe that, first of all, the first thing that I noticed, and I watched it again this morning, not the full thing, but I was just skipping around. But the first thing is that, give me 1 second. Yeah. The first thing is that it was very clear that Jonathan was insanely tired. He was either insanely tired to the point that I thought he was going to fall asleep at some point, somewhere in the middle of the Q&A, or he was insanely bored because they were cycling through the same questions and the same answers over and over again because they were simply stalling until the patch notes were ready to be released. That's my first thing. The second thing is Mark kind of seemed unprepared for some of the answers to the questions. On multiple different occasions, I felt like. There were a lot of questions that there were I don't knows as answers, or we're going to see, or no, we didn't have time to look on that, or I have no idea if that's a problem or not. That's my second pointer. Third pointer is Ziggy D, and not only Ziggy D, massive respect for the dude. He's doing a lot of work when it comes down to the interviews and stuff like that, but it's not the creator, it's the production around and behind the creator. I don't think they had the best questions in line when it comes down to a hit like this. And I'm not talking about having questions to pressure them or to put them in a spot or whatever, but to have different questions to inspire conversations, to understand a little bit better what their idea is, what's in the whiteboard without spoiling stuff, what's the mindset behind it, why. For example, he asked, okay, so everybody expected the end game, so I guess you're pushed it for next time, right? And they answered, yeah, because we didn't have time. Obviously, yeah, we didn't have time. And he was like, okay, yeah, fair enough. And they moved on to the next question. And then the next question was like, okay, you guys did 2 different videos, 2 trailers, how come? And the answer was, well, it didn't make sense to do a Druid and a Val at the same time. So if that doesn't correlate to continue doing the same consistent work that you've been doing since 1, 2, and 3.1.2.3, where it's one trailer with everything together, we know what we're getting, the leagues not really match the class, but it's something. How do you go with a Druid and Val, which is literally the complete opposite between the two? You know what I mean? And it kind of, I don't know, it kind of feels that they could have, since Druid was so much work, they could have stopped the project of the Val and focus on a simpler league and also do some endgame stuff. I don't know. Anyway, So the questions were a little bit off. That's my third point. My fourth point is that they were making excuses for the rarity on items whenever they had the question. They were avoiding it. They didn't know what to answer. I'm convinced at this point that right now, maybe at one point they knew, but right now they have no idea what rarity on items does. I'm 100% convinced they have no idea what it does. I think they will go and study it, and they're going to come back and talk about it as if they always knew what it does. I don't think that they know what it actually does. There's a lot of layers. Yeah, but if we ask them to name us 3 layers and how they correlate with each other, I don't think they would know. I think the easiest thing to do, and that's what they are trying to do because it's going to be so much harder peeling the onion, is just remove it. That's what they're thinking to do. And that, it's not always the best option. There's always an option B. And option B is fixing it in one way or another. But in order for you to fix something, you need to understand it 110%. You cannot understand something 60% and attempt to fix it. You understand what I mean? So everything, all the pointers indicate to me, that's my personal opinion, that they have no idea what rarity on items does. Anyway, my next pointer for the interview, my small feedback is that I felt multiple times that they're unprepared, and the passion that I saw in point 2, point 3 kind of lacked. I felt that they were so tired and still aware of the PoE 1 expansion that happened, that they're still on it, by the way. They're still changing stuff. They're still like upgrading and thinking about stuff. They're probably working on the next expansion for PoE 1. That there were so many times that they wanted to remember something that's a PoE 2 only thing, and they couldn't. And the next best alternative in their brain, their system 1, was directing them to something that they can correlate with that thing in PoE 1. Does that make sense? And they also kind of admitted that they cannot keep up. So that's why they're planning the team and whatever. And my final one is the small red flag that I have. This is my final pointer, is that far too many times they were cracking jokes about bugs and issues and errors, not issues, but errors, unintentional errors and bugs that were happening from the developer side that have been one of the biggest complaints of the entirety of the player base. And they never managed to find it, or they found it and they didn't know it's unintentional, and they were laughing about it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to steer the pot here, but how do you expect me to feel when you tell me that the number one issue with fog has been a developer's error, which was unintentional, because they fixed apparently the fog in point 2. That's what Mark thinks, by the way, last night, that they fixed the fog in point 2, and they never realized that the fix was never happening in maps. And it's the biggest complaint that they're getting. There's a dude literally every single day posting on Reddit. And this is just one thing. So all of these things made me feel a little bit uneasy watching the interview. And I really hope for something a little bit better. Again, I want this to be as like a feedback. I don't want to be one of the negative guys. I've never been negative for this game, but I want this to be a feedback because it's the game that I main and I want to keep maining. But it's just a few things that I see. I have absolutely no idea for things to be delayed. I have absolutely no problem for things to be delayed if they need to be delayed. I don't want them to release things that are half-assed just to satisfy people. I don't want them to do that. However, because I keep seeing D4 in chat and people talking about D4 in general, not just cynical and whatever, but yesterday's talk about the strategy and all that. What I want, if there was something that I would wish for GGG to do, is just forget about the competition, because honestly, if they treat Path of Exile 2 the way that they treated it in 0.3, there is no competition. And there never will be competition. So who cares if D4 releases a game a day before you or a day after you or Last Epoch does something? Who cares? Just focus on your product and make sure that you do it the best that you possibly can without risking so much for one class or for one mechanic. You know what I mean? Yeah, even in this state, exactly my point. Yeah, there shouldn't be even a... Yeah, it shouldn't even be on their whiteboard. Oh, D4 is releasing. No, we don't care. No, nobody cares. Don't worry about it. Nobody in GGG should care about it. But now with all of that, my small little complaints are over. I'm going to say my final part, and I'm gonna stop talking about my opinion. And my final note is going to be positive. Point 4 will have one thing that's going to be the best thing that we've ever seen in Path of Exile 2. It's not going to be the endgame revamp. It's not going to be insane balancing. It's not going to be mechanical. It's none of that. 0.4 will be the best performance patch of Path of Exile 2. 100%. You know why? A, they fixed the CPU stuff and they increased the FPS by a ton, as they said. Number 1. Number 2, think about it. Number 2, they reduced the density of the maps, which is going to help with performance. Number 3, they removed the fog, which is going to help with the map, with the performance. Number 4, Abyssal is not going to be in every single map, which is also was taking a hit when it comes down to performance. And they fixed a lot of other bug stuff, and they fixed some animations and whatever. So 0.4 might not be the best expansion with what we were expecting. Delirium Fog, yeah, I said the fog. So 4 or 5 different things are going to make 0.4 the best expansion when it comes down to performance, which, by the way, will also make it that people play longer. Because a lot of people are saying now, oh, it's over. There's no end game again. People are going to play for a week and leave. 5% of people are going to play for a week and leave, man. That's my personal opinion. Probably half of the people are going to play the same amount of time that they played so far because they have a brand new mechanic now. Min-maxers are going to want to min-max the Val Temple. They're going to stay for a month and a half. Then they're going to start preparing for PoE 1, and they're going to go to PoE 1. There is not enough endgame revamp that they need to bring for PoE 1 veterans to not quit PoE 2 and go back to PoE 1. Always, players who play both games are going to leave a month and a half or 2 months into the expansion of PoE 2 to go prep and play PoE 1. Doesn't matter what they do to PoE 2. It literally does not matter. The only time that they're not going to go back to PoE 1 is if they come and shut down PoE 1, which is not something that's happening, right? So always players are going to go back. So for anybody saying that the majority of players, actually there's going to be less players now, I don't think so. I think we will see roughly after the 2 months, whenever everybody leaves for PoE 1, I think now we might see the same or slightly more people playing PoE 2 because of the performance. I might have a different insight that you guys don't have, because I see the comments of a lot of you guys over on YouTube. You have no idea how many people message me or comment or talk about the fact that they quit the game because of performance. You have no idea how many people. So I honestly think this is gonna be super positive for the game. If it works the way that they say that it's gonna work. But that's it. That's from my side. What's everybody's league starting? Thinking Pathfinder myself. I've got 3. Monk is number 1 for me. The Ascendancy for the Monk is not that exciting for me at the moment. Invoker again. But I'm excited for the Whirling, the Wind abilities. And also to try Holopalm again. My second one, the most attractive one, is Pathfinder. And the third one is Druid. Oh yeah, Shadow, you have a good point, which reminds me that also this could be a strategy of them not releasing too much because they don't have a lot of time to overlook everything through the holidays. We're not gonna YOLO Druid on start? Bro, we'll see. Nothing is said. By Friday, I might actually change my mind 100 times and I might start Druid. We'll see. Is it a good league start to try Blood Mage? Yeah, Blood Mage is gonna be in a decent position, I believe. Hey Scorp, I guess this patch is a win because of performance adjusted? Oh, 100%. 100%. Those 240 passives are bugging me so much. They can change. Well, 130 of the 240 are going to be on the Druid side. And if I know anything about the game, so far, since point 1, if they drop 200 passive nodes, probably a 20% of them are going to be viable to be used all the time. So don't worry about it too much. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Is that a leak or I haven't seen something? No need, Celestine, I can see. Oh, if you go to Neo before your queen, there's a new quiver, and if you val it and decrease the attack projectile to 1, val down, it'll be insane for clearing. Oh, I see. Yeah, that could be insane. 20% is still 40 passives. That's basically a full 123 points. Yeah, but 20% of the 200 is 40, like you said. And those 40 are going to be spread around the entirety of the tree. So you're going to get 5 there, 5 there, 5 there, 5... You know what I mean? It's not going to be that much. And the Druid page... Yeah, but that's my opinion, guys. That's my opinion about the patch and everything. I'm okay with it. I'm excited to play this as well and everything that comes with it. But we'll see. Yeah. I'm excited. Where is it? Oh. Drill neck penetrating quiver. Can you guys see this properly? Yes, you can. Okay. Let me zoom in a little bit more for the mobile users. 100% chance to pierce an enemy. Oh, so you're saying attack projectiles return if they pierced at least 2 times, and you want to val this to potentially get the 1 time. I think you're onto something here. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you are onto something. Dobry and Signo, welcome, by the way. Dobry 26 minutes ago. Sorry, dude. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, this quiver, again, we already found that something is going to put the Ranger up there, man. Like, anybody who's telling me that Deadeye or the Ranger or the Lightning build has been nerfed to the ground... Nah, dude. Nope. I just don't agree with Mark or Jonathan on why Homo Exalt Omen got removed. To be completely honest, I I have my own opinion as to why it should have been removed. I don't remember exactly what their opinion is, but I don't like it because it was fun, but it makes sense to remove it because everybody managed to craft the best possible items to the point where there was literally no point in finding items on the ground because all you gave a shit about was magic items or base items, so you can craft deterministically to the point where homogenizing will literally give you exactly what you wanted. So it was just a alt tab to go to PoE2DB to see the weights, the everything, and just craft as much as you want. You know what I mean? And it's just one item. Now, do I 100% agree that they should have just removed it entirely from the game? No. Maybe nerf it in some way. Give it like a 50% chance of hitting. I don't know if that could be a thing. Not guaranteed. 50% chance of homogenizing, let's say, could still have an RNG outcome. Make it rare. Make it more rare to drop, which is going to increase its price, and also give it like a 50% chance of success. I don't know if that makes sense, but you get my point. I think it was a little bit overtuned. Performance was sticking point for me as well. I'm looking forward to playing the Jewels, so while it may not have matched the high promises GG made, it is still enough to keep me busy during the holidays. Yeah, I agree, shitters. Depending on those passives. Oh, yeah, sure. It will be super viable. Yeah. I'm excited for Pathfinder, man. I'm really excited for Pathfinder. I don't care about Deadeye. I've done Deadeye like a gazillion times. Yeah, that's true, JJ. Yeah, so this quiver is pretty good. This is a Ziri's rule, so you get this. Wait, this quiver is from her. Is that right? So she drops this quiver. Pathfinder, Spiral, Volley, this quiver equals Giga. Yep. I see that, Dobry. I see that, dude. That's going to be insane. And also the defensive here is pretty insane as well. But it's going to be pretty hard to change that to once. What do you think will be strong or interesting about Pathfinder? Everything. They literally revamped the entirety of the Ascendancy, man. It's gonna be pretty decent. Yeah. And it's gonna have some new clusters around that you can do stuff with. There's no longer they removed a couple of ascendancy nodes that didn't make sense because you could already do it with some skill gems. So I see a lot of play around that. Okay, anyway. Yeah, and also sprinting. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, sprinting with Pathfinder is going to be insane. Some of the changes are making the clear ability really strong. I've not played it before, but the nodes look fun. That's true. What about Warrior? Smith of Kitava looks really, really promising as well. And Titan, by the way, I have already in my top 5 builds, I have one to try, which is the non-Fisher Slam build with the Titan with the new nodes. Alright, so here, Sacred Flow with a Shaman, you can get minimum 40 Spirit, maximum 120 based on the charm slots that you have empty. Not bad. Moving on, next notable. So this is the same as this one, Life and Mana Recovery. And then the big one is Wisdom of the Magi, or Magi. Gain the benefits of additional bonded modifiers on runes and idols. Next one. +4 to maximum rage. +3 to elemental resistance. Druidic Champion. Can you guys see that? Every 2 rage also grants 1 more spell damage. Every 2 rage also grants 1 more spell damage. 1% more spell damage. Furious Wellspring. No inherent loss of rage. Generate 6% of your maximum rage per second. Increases the reduction to mana regeneration rate. Also apply to rage regeneration rate. Skills which are not default attacks cost +5 rage to use. +7 to maximum rage. So with this, I wonder what will be the maximum rage that we can build, considering the fact that we are going to have probably clusters that you can increase the maximum rage that you can have, which means that we will always be in a maximum state, right? So that's going to be pretty overpowered pairing it with this, with Druidic Champion. Will the lack of the charm slot being filled be strong enough to replace them with the added spirit? Well, think about it like this. You can go at least, the least that you can do here, JJ, is get yourself 1 additional aura. Guaranteed 1 additional aura, and maybe potentially 1 more support gem with the rest of the spirit that you get here. You get 2 good charms that you need, and the 3rd one gives you spirit. Think about it like that, right? That's the thinking that I'm thinking about. That if I go for Sacred Flow, it's as if I'm equipping a charm worth 2 ascendancy points that gives me 40 spirit. Then, depending on the passive tree and everything, if we don't have any issues with stun threshold and elements and all that stuff, then we might actually skip the other 2 charms and go for 120 spirit, which is going to be, bro, it's like 4 auras, man. 4 additional auras. Or 3 plus a couple of supports. Yeah, exactly. What Sinister said as well. And this, so yeah, if you're going to go even for 1, let's say you just need 40 extra spirit, you invest or sacrifice 2 ascendancy points, and you consider that as a charm that you have for 40 spirit, which also allows you to not get a chest or an amulet with the extra spirit that you need, because you could just get it here. And also the vice versa. If you only need 40 spirit, you might as well just get it on the chest or the amulet and get 2 more extra points in the ascendancy, which might be a better one. But again, it all depends. Like early levels, yeah. Early levels, it might be better to go Sacred Flow. Super endgame, when you have more divines, it might be easier to craft or get a piece of armor that has a 40 spirit and gain additional defense or attack or whatever else it provides you with here. There are some that don't really care about charms, but a stone charm or poison charm, so I mean 40 per MT could be an extra 80 spirits that could be huge. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Alright, then what do we have here? Take 4% less elemental damage per adaptation. Matching that adaptation's type. Taken, okay. Even more maximum rage. What's the maximum rage right now? 10? No, it's not 10. What's the maximum rage right now? Exactly, JJ. Not only that, but auras as well. 30 is the maximum. Plus 18 from passives. Yeah, but those 18, where are they? They're on the left side, right? So, without those 18 that you're saying, 30 is the maximum. And if you go for this, for the spell damage, you get another 4. You get another 4 from here. for Furious Wellspring for the Rage regen, because this is going to be mandatory if you're going to go for a Rage build, obviously. So now we have 8, and you spend 4 points. This is pretty good as well. Physical damage taken as cold, as fire, as lightning. Adaptations have a duration of 10 seconds. Take 4% less elemental damage per adaptation. What is adaptation? Do we have like a description for this shit? And then Apocalypse. Do we have a description for Apocalypse? So you get 8 extra maximum rage from here. Oh, and 7 right here. So that's 15 extra. So you go up to 45 just by speccing Shaman. And then you have another 18 in the passive with the passive nodes that we currently know about. Which makes sense why they took away the, what is it? The support gem. Font of Rage. Makes sense now why they took that away. If it's like PO1, they release updates like every other day. Yeah, in 0.3 they did the same, if you guys remember. Almost every day or every other day they were releasing new patch notes. Was there many changes to crafting, or are they just going to let us figure those one out? Nothing in the reveal or the patch notes other than Abyssal is remaining, homogenizing is going to be deleted from the game, and the new Val things, but that's just for corruption and whatnot. But nothing for basic crafting. They need to explain. No, I think they need to. I think we will get something in the patch notes where they're going to be buffing or nerfing a lot of stuff. They did say in the interview that they're going to change or nerf some of the essences. So I'm expecting something in the patch notes. Yes, Dracaris, they did. They did. They updated the patch notes of 0.3 probably 4 or 5 times before release in a week. Alright, so Shaman looks pretty cool for Rage, with Rage. I want to see the other one. Oracle. So the market will still revolve around the linear gems. Yeah, but they made them rarer, and they buffed a lot of the shitty ones, and they slightly nerfed the good ones. So I don't know, but I'm pretty sure the whole point of linear support gems is there for you to be able to use at least 1 to 3 of them within your build, right? Okay, so this is a start. Let's start with this one. Oh, look at that. It grants 1 passive skill point, and then this leads to Traveler's Wisdom. Non-keystone passive skills in medium radius of allocated keystone passive skills can be allocated without being connected to your tree.
Well, hello there,
Interesting.
you sexy beast.
Melkor with the 9 months in a row. What's up, my man? How you doing? Thank you very much for the tier 1, 9 months. Sorry, I got distracted because I didn't even see the alerts. Did the alerts go off? Thank you for doing that, bro. Like a jewel. Yeah, exactly. Traveler's Wisdom is so strong. Yeah, it looks good. Looks pretty good. Alright, next, this is a starting point. So we started from here. Let's keep going. So if you go for Traveler's Wisdom, the next point gives you another passive point. And then the big notable is Walk the Paths Not Taken. I have no idea what that is. Do you know what this is? It saves 10 to 15 minimum. Yeah, that's pretty big. Alright, next we have this right here, which is increase elemental damage. And the big node gives you a line fate, which we don't know what it is. The middle one is harmony within. And the small one gives you life and mana regen. Harmony within. Hit damage is taken from mana before life if your current mana is higher than your current life. So CI build. CI build, easy application of harmony within, right? HP wait. Mana stacking, right? Because of this ascendancy point, I'm going Oracle. I see. Hey, Lucas, welcome in. And hello, Juan, and Melkor as well. And Fusion. Welcome in, guys. It's been a while, yeah. Came to hear your opinion on point 4. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing amazing, man. What about yourself? Yeah, Oracle has the hidden passives as well. The Traveler's Wisdom, right? Is there anything else here that I'm missing? Then the only one that I haven't seen is these right here. Totem cast and attack speed. The lesser harm. Enemy critical hit chance against you is unlucky. Damage of enemies hitting you is unlucky. And this is the totem build. Is this the one that you're talking about, Happy? There's one notable that they haven't given a description. Yeah, I think the totem build with the Oracle is also going to be insane. Absolutely insane. Moment of vulnerability, we don't know what that is. Inevitable critical hits, we don't know what that is. And then we don't know what this is. We don't know what the uniques are now. Out of the loop. There are a few things, man. There are a few things. Just to answer to Fusion as well about my opinion for point 4. I shared it a while ago. A little bit ago, actually, on this stream. I am excited to play it because I main this game. So, I'm okay. A little bit disappointed. The reason why I'm disappointed is because they overpromised, under-delivered. But it's fine. We're going to recover. It is what it is. We cannot do anything about it. I'm really hoping that they're going to see from the feedback and everything. Like, if Celestine has been saying this from yesterday, I really hope that on Monday she's saying that they're going to say, oh, wait, but there's more. I truly believe if we see that next week, it's not going to be, it's not intentional. It's because of the overwhelming negativity they're going to see. I think that if we see something, that means that they left the interview, they went online, people in their team saw what people are talking about, how people are talking about it, and the negative stuff and whatever, and they're like, okay, shit, okay, is there something that we can do to calm them down? And they're going to take this weekend to work like crazy, and then Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday or something, they're going to come and release something big. If that's going to happen. I don't think it would have been intentional. They would risk getting this backlash of negativity just to come and reveal something big. They cannot add new stuff now. There's no way. But we said the same thing in point 3 and they added asynchronic trade. They also, after a couple of weeks, they came and completely butchered the towers because of the overwhelming amount of negativity that we're getting because of those two things, if you think about it. So there is a way if they want to, for sure. They can just create a nice little message saying, so after your feedback and whatever, we double down on work and it seems that it's possible for us to give you ABC, for example. Magically. If they want, they can change it. Yeah. They don't have time. Bro, you don't know what they have, what they don't have, what they've done so far, what they didn't do. Bro, an hour before the reveal, do you know what I was telling chat? I was saying, bro, Druid is 90% done in 0.3, so they just need to fix the 10%. So maybe we're going to get an Act 5. Maybe we're going to get the Trial of Ancestors. Maybe, just maybe, we're going to get a second class. They have the time to do all these things if Druid is done. But nope. 4 months, they've been working on Druid and the mechanic. That's it. Yeah, exactly. Not even that much. We were able to finish XYZ. Enjoy. Yeah, exactly that. Thank you very much for your feedback. Hopefully you guys enjoy, and that's it. That's that. What does it cost us? New bugs and more problems? Yeah, but we can say that about the Druid as well, and the mechanic, right? I mean, they're not going to half-ass something. But I'm just saying that the pressure might get to them to the point where they figure something out to deliver something that's decently good to be delivered. That's all I'm saying. Lucas shared his opinion. Let me just read that. I have been thinking on the 0.4. I reckon a lot of work went into the performance improvements. I reckon that would have taken a lot of time, as that is a big code change. So reason 0.4 feels light on content, but performance improvement is major. Due to more they add, the worse it would get. Well, I am looking forward to reset. No, I 100% agree. That's what my opinion is as well. I'm a little bit disappointed because of the hype that they created, but I'm okay with it. We're getting a new class, a badass class. I don't know if it's going to be meta, but shape-shifting with other forms and seeing the Oracle and the Shaman and all that stuff is going to be cool. The new mechanic looks really good. And overall, I think this is going to be the best patch when it comes down to performance. And I think that's going to retain a lot of people from playing it a little bit longer, because performance-wise it's not going to look so bad like 0.3. That's my opinion for 0.4. Could they have done different approach? Sure, they could. But, I mean, it is what it is. Whatever. Yeah, okay. Oracle looks nice. And the Shaman looks nice as well. Those look nice. Here, I would love to see more details to understand what's happening. Maybe we get Val Ascendancy like Abyss Lich. Yeah. I don't know about the whole shape-shifting. Feels gimmicky, but I'm just glad they keep adding more supports and skills, which allows build variety. Yeah. And by the way, when I'm saying shape-shifting, I feel the same way as you, Happy. I think that it's a little bit gimmicky, but again, I'm not a Druid main in any game that I played and had a Druid. But what I mean shape-shifting is it would be pretty cool to go as a monk, unarmed monk, and slap shit like I did in 0.3, and then at some point just zoom out with a wolf and go back to my human form. You know what I mean? So that would be cool to have a weapon set as a second set of a talisman and just do something quick as a wolf every now and then to either speed up or dodge or, I don't know, deal like the big attack to be with a wolf when I boss, for example. You know? Something like that is what I'm talking about. Just a brief transformation, that's it. But I feel like in practice it won't keep up with the rest. Maybe. Easy on the gun. DH, dude. Think if the performance is going to be a major improvement, then 0.5 is going to be massive. They did say other stuff is going to get added. So will that be while 0.4 is love? Is life? No. They did say that there are a few things, like changes to some essences and stuff that will be added in 0.4, but they still have a week to add them. That's why we don't have them in the patch notes. So within this week, we're constantly waiting for new patch notes, which obviously I'm going to cover and you guys are going to know about, but nothing major has been set or promised that it's going to come to point 4. But again, don't forget, guys. Don't forget our history with this. In point 3, they said that asynchronic trade was not ready, so unfortunately, we're going to wait for point 4. And then after a couple of weeks, they said, hey, surprise, motherfuckers, it's ready. Here you go. Then they said the towers are going to be rechanged and revamped in point 4. Then a couple of weeks after that, they said exactly the same thing, and they fixed it mid-league. You never know. That's what I'm saying. You never know. They might come and say, hey, the Val something with whatever, and the trial is now available, or we fixed this and that, or we're bringing you guys new stash tabs for the tablets, or we're reverting, we fixed the rarity on items, or whatever the case is. You never know what's going to happen. But yeah, as I said before, I'm going to change my mindset with how I think from now on, I'm not going to do bingo cards and bingo books and stuff like that. My mindset is going to be giving feedback so the game becomes better as a content creator, and that's it. And just be excited with whatever the hell they present. I'm not going to take anything that they say for granted. And yeah, just promising that 0.5 is gonna have something. I'm not gonna put it into my safe prediction. You know what I mean? Oh, by the way, yeah. Now that I think about it, where's my safe prediction of the? Yeah, look at my bingo card. Wait, where the hell is my bingo card? Oh, there it is. All right, there it is. Look at all of these safe things. Tower fix was a safe prediction. Val abilities, we're getting the Val abilities. Druid unique meta, I need to wait and see if that's going to be true. Meta uniques nerfed. Yeah, sure. I guess. Can I take this point, guys? Do you think Wrathpith got nerfed? What else? I don't know if I can get this point. Chaom's Heart didn't get nerfed. Local knowledge, I thought it was an easy fix. It's not. Surround got hit. Yeah, so I guess I can half get this. Control and PC hybrid was promised for 0.4. Now it's promised for 0.5. Rarity changes was pretty obvious here, but no. Atlas tree revamp was pretty obvious, but no. Quality of life for Atlas. You guys cannot see the full thing, so I'm going to give it to you there on the right side. And I'm going to watch mine over here. Third trial was almost super safe. Nothing. Abyssal crafting. I guess I'm getting that. Atlas limit, no. Meta lineage nerfed. Yeah, I can take that. I can get that point. They did nerf Ataloise, right? But nothing on Rakiatas. Did they do something with Rakiatas? I've read the Passionals like 2 or 3 times. Wow. No changes. Desire? What is it? Derry? Whose Desire was it? Darcia's? Or whatever her name is? Diala's. That shit didn't get nerfed. Wow.
Well, hello there, you sexy beast.
Yep. My alerts don't work. Beautiful. It's just the sound. How awesome is that? Let me try this again. Let me try this again.
Well, hello there, you
Nope.
sexy beast.
They don't work. Why don't my alerts work? Anyway, DH, thank you so much, man. Thank you so very much for the tier 1. I appreciate it. Just take my money so I cannot watch ads and miss crucial content. Thank you, dude. Yeah, crazy. So I'm not taking that point. I can take this point here. They didn't nerf half of the good lineage supports. And I'm not getting the meta uniques nerfed as well because yeah, Wrathpith the nerf was insignificant. I think not insignificant. It's pretty decent nerf, but it's not enough to be considered as a crazy nerf. Rakyat is still OP. Yep. Bandit, what are you going for? I will go wolf and have fun. Oh, I just saw it now. Okay, okay. Deadeye or a monk? Dude, go Pathfinder, dude. Forget about Deadeye. Viper's cap got nerfed. Yeah. Did it actually? Where's Viper's cap? The surrounded? Is that what you consider Viper's cap nerf? I don't see anything. I don't see anything with that, so I'm not taking that point. Yeah, Viper's cap did not get nerfed. Bloodletting did. Bloodletting. Yeah, Tallowy's bloodletting lineage. 20 life cost instead of 10 life cost is still going to be fine. The tech means you need to have at least one enemy around you now instead of none. Yeah, exactly. And it's not that big of a hit either. Exactly, White Monster. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Having one enemy versus 0 is definitely a hit, but it's not a big hit to the point that it's not playable. It's absolutely, like, nothing changed, man. Absolutely nothing changed. So if you look at my bingo, the meta unique nerfed, I didn't get that one. They didn't significantly do anything until now, by the way. We don't know what's going to happen until the release. They might come and say, oh, we decided, by the way, here's more nerfs. Like, at point 3, that's what they did. You remember in point 3, every single day, Deadeye was getting nerfed more and more and more and more, and still wasn't enough. So we might see more stuff. Big change in Tempest Flurry? Really? What are we talking about? Tempest Flurry did not get nerfed or changed. Where is that, Juan? Am I not seeing something? I'm checking these because I don't remember them, and I read the patch notes like 2 times. And I did a whole TLDR video, and I haven't seen anything for Tempest Flurry. The only thing that I know for the monks is Invoker. Protect Me from Harm now is going to give you more defense, so you're not going to lose 50% of the evasion rating. You're going to lose 35, which is pretty decent change. Pretty decent buff here, considering that you always go from Protect Me from Harm. Soul Springs Eternal now additionally grants meta skills 50% increased spirit reservation efficiency. This is pretty good. So if we go over here, tree, and we go for monk, and we go invoker, we increase this. Can you guys see my POB? Yes, you can. So let me put this away. There, here. Meta skills gain 35% more energy. It's what it used to be. Now it's 50% more efficiency on spirit. So it's kind of a little bit of a nerf when it comes down to cast on critical stuff and whatever, but not bad. Also changes in rarity and gear. Yeah, but that's not in the patch notes. Yeah, you're right. They did say that they're gonna nerf the numeric value of the mods of the gear for rarity. Tempest Flurry near the Viper cap on? Huh? Oh, you mean if you use Tempest Flurry with a Viper cap on? You just need one enemy, man. It's fine. You now need to work harder. Oh yeah, that, you're absolutely right. Yeah, with less mobs to clear, you now need to work harder to find them. As good of a change as it was, it really isn't. Yeah. What do you think of Amazon rework? Seems like you can run Trinity real well on it. Yeah, true. Amazon not bad. With the Elemental Surge, Grand Skill Elemental Surge now provides when you consume a charge trigger 3 lightning surges. Now provides you when you consume a charge trigger Elemental Surge to increase, gain 2 cold, lightning, and fire surges. It's gonna be the surge play with Trinity, I guess. Yeah, that's gonna be pretty decent. It's gonna help. Less density doesn't mean less rare monsters, right? I don't think so. I don't think they clarified. That's a good question, but I don't think that they clarified that. I don't think that they yeah, I don't think. And then, as I said, Invoker, what else? Unbound Avatar now has a cooldown of 12 seconds. Yeah. This, I really, really want to feel good about it. I just hope that it's enough. I don't think it's gonna be enough. I mean, it's a pretty sizable buff here to the damage of the Void Illusions. Decent buffs here. But I just don't think it, like, quite makes it there, bro. Hey, Slim _ how you doing, man? They just reduce packs, not rare monsters. Yeah. Yeah, if you think about it that way, yeah, that's true. It's the density, so I don't think the rare monsters are going to be affected, but they haven't confirmed that. Also, they did say that whenever they revamp the Atlas, you're going to have the option to increase the density again and sacrifice something when you do that, but I don't think this is enough, no. Can I see what these are? Oh, the Arcane Surge. That's the only Surge that I know, bro. Arcane Surge. So here with the Amazon. This is Elemental Surge. So I don't know how these... By the way, I don't know how the Surges are going to be... The Elemental Surges are going to be related to the Arcane Surges and also the Archons. Don't forget that they're going to be doing something with the Archons. And I don't know if PoE2DB has anything like that there. It's going to be the Ice Archon, Lightning Archon, all of these things. But now it's going to be Elemental Archon, I think. Yeah, they still don't have it. Do we have the Archons here? We do in the top here, the Lightning, I remember. Gain Lightning Archon after spending 100% of your maximum mana. Immune to shock while affected by Lightning Archon. Yeah, this didn't see much play. So now apparently they're changing it to Elemental Archons. I will start as a Cold Sork still. Oh, nice. I'm on an iPad now, but will be on PC shortly. Nice. I will probably change my mind 100 times before next Friday. Yeah. So do you think juicing maps will change how you do it? Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Actually, wait. The first couple of steps, no. The last couple of steps, yes. So I do believe that we're still going to be doing the rarity things. Chaotic rarity and everything. 6 mods. You hit them with the chaotic quantity or rarity or monster, whatever you want to do, whatever it is your strategy. You still hit them with that, with the 6 modifiers, but then you just corrupt. You cannot desecrate anymore, and you cannot instill them anymore. You can't do any of those things. Distilled is no longer a thing for the maps, and desecration is no longer a thing for the maps. The preserved vertebrae, this beauty right here, is gone next week. Completely gone, deleted. Okay? So the final steps are going to be gone. But now, instead of hitting them with these two, we're going to have the step of hitting the tablets, which is much better with the clutter and how annoying it was to do the waystones, right? Because the tablets, you can use them once every 10 maps. But I think it's still not going to work because the tablets are going to be insanely overpriced. And I don't even know if it's actually going to... I mean, how are the tablets going to be able to compete? And this is honestly, I'm just thinking about now, when I just realized what's about to happen, dude. Saying it out loud. I was thinking about it. I was like, oh, yeah, cool, good. How are tablets going to compete with all of this juicing? Are 3 tablets going to be enough for one map? Ruji, Youssef, welcome to Twitch, bud. Hello. By the way, big thanks to Scorpius for Monk builds. Really helped me a lot. Hell yeah, dude. Let's go. I'm going to go ahead and get this badass Ice Chrono build up and running just to kill time before next week. That's good, man. Yeah, definitely do that. 3 tablets for 5 divines each. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Is there a picture that we can see one of the tablets so we can try and compare to see if it's something viable? I mean, we don't have an option. That's what we're going to have next week, but can I see the tablet somewhere? Do we have a picture or do I need to go to the video? I just need the tablet pictures that they preview on the video. That's it. Yeah, they have them, but I want to see one tablet to see a potential tablet and how it looks. I saw the numbers. They're increased. They buffed the shit out of the tablets, but I still don't know if it's going to be enough juice. This is a great interview, Scorb. Oh, wait, is this Initial? Wait, I just saw this. What is this interview that Initial just... What is that? Path of Exile 2 dev, where we've always been against dark patterns. When did this release? 22 hours ago? Wait, there's a brand new interview. It goes 48 minutes. I'm not going to watch the whole thing. We can skip around. Do you guys want us to watch this? I don't know who the host is. He looks very professional. This is now. This is yesterday. That's a guy from IGN. Do it. Wait, have you guys... I want to see the majority of you guys. Have you guys watched this interview? I have not seen it. Okay, let's watch it. And I want to see the tablets after this. I only watch your content, so no. Cute. You're the first one to get my name right. Yes, dude. I always love when I'm hitting the name spot on. Let's go. Thank you. Image. What is this image? Why am I opening it like that? Oh, perfect. Thank you, man. Thank you. Appreciate it. Let me just finish what I was doing here. Can you guys see this before we watch the interview? Okay, so empowers the map boss of a map. Okay, map has 60% increased magic monsters. Actually, is magic monsters gonna be a thing? Somebody mentioned it here before. Somebody mentioned it here before about the magic, and I remember reading the patch notes today, and I saw a lot of magic monster stuff. Yeah, this, okay. No, I'm talking about the breach. I saw something about delirium. Oh, it's delirium, not the breach, no. Get out of my head. Delirium Atlas Notable has been reworked. It now provides magic monsters in your maps have 25% chance to have an additional delirium modifier and 100% increased rarity of items dropped by magic monsters. Could this be a potential magic monster farm? And instead of chasing rares, you chase magic monsters and you go nuts with this right here? So imagine you juice your maps with chaotic monsters, 6 mods with this shit, getting something like, let's see, what are we doing? We're theory crafting the maps here. Okay, wait. So you do that, you get a normal, you hit it like that, you get a chaos, you grab one of your chaotic monsters, you hit that with magic, and the best that you can get is 58% magic monsters here. So obviously, you're not allowed to put emotions on this, and you're not allowed to desecrate it anymore. So you get 95% rare monsters and 58% magic monsters from this, and then you run Delirium with this Atlas node right here that provides magic monsters in your maps have 25% chance to have an additional Delirium modifier and 100% increased rarity. Is there something else for magic monsters here? No. Which means if I go, since they haven't buffed or nerfed anything here, and I go magic monsters over here, we get 25% magic monsters, bountiful bloodlines. Okay? Bountiful bloodlines. Another 10%, so that's 25% right here. It's 25%, right? And then you have unstable energies to potentially double that. So there could be a farm here with magic monsters, depending on what else they're going to do here, and you can stack them, right? And then, in addition to this, you can stack them with the tablets, right? So this tablet goes to 60% increased magic monsters. And if I go to the patch notes and I see the changes is up to 70. So if you get 3 tablets with 70% on teaming for magic monsters, yeah, that's big, man. That's big. That's 210% here. Plus 35% here. That's 245. Plus here. So you've got like 300 and something. Delirium and Breach tablets will be the meta. I was honestly thinking Breach and Abyss at the same time, like we were doing now. But Delirium is changing things a little bit now with the magic monster stuff. So yeah, Delirium, Breach, and maybe those two. Yeah, this could be a thing, by the way. This could be a thing. This could be a thing. All right, so yeah, 60% magic monsters, 60% increase the rarity of items dropped by map bosses. Map bosses grant 78% increased experience, 32 increased gold found. Okay, do we have another one that shows anything else? No. That's the only thing. Oh, there is another one. 67% increased magic monsters, 47 quantity of waystones found. Okay, hold up one second. So I guess we're doing this in the patch notes. So they didn't buff it so much, man. It's not that significant. They just raised the minimum of them. That's it. That's all they did. It's still 30% the cap of rarity. So how is this rarity going to compete with the rarity that we were getting before with the emotions and the desecration mods? I wonder. Rare monsters is still at 40%. $300% on drops from magic? No. You're gonna increase the magic monsters by 300%. So you're gonna have more magic monsters. New rarity system, here we go, yeah. Will not compete with desecration, but I think the 2 extra mods will cover the emotions. Yeah, that's where I wanted to end up seeing if that's going to be the case. Because if that's the case, then they're going to cost an arm and a leg, dude. It's going to be 6 divines per tablet for 3 good mods. Hanzo, what's up, man? We're stretching, we're posture checking, we're hydrating, we're doing everything. Didn't they remove the chaotic stuff? No, they didn't say they're removing the chaotic stuff. They did say that they're removing homogenizing, but they didn't mention anything else. We need to wait and see. Arbiter drops 4 mods tablets. I don't think he drops them anymore. Because of this, I don't think he does. Because now Arbiter needs to be killed so you can have the power to create the tablets to rare. But he no longer drops rare tablets. I don't know where I saw that. It's either the interview or here. Yeah, here. It's here. It's here. Arbiter no longer drops a rare corrupted tablet. Plus, there was a tier 16 uncorrupted map that was being used in Temple device. I think they confirmed that that's a mistake. Somebody told me earlier that they said something on a Reddit post that it was a mistake. That tier 16 uncorrupted map. That was a mistake. That will be a stretch to get them, so crafting them is going to be the moneymaker. It will be, yeah, but again, it's RNG, which is the main issue here. Yeah, maybe Bandit. It's going to be a new way of doing things, I think. All right, I want to watch this interview. A lot of you guys have been telling me about this. Apparently, it's a really good interview. So let's watch it and see what he has to say in a different scenario. I don't know if they're going to be talking about point 4.
For Path of Exile.
Let me know how the volume is.
To Last of the Druids reveal, and to share this with my
Did he just call druids druids?
audience. How have you been?
No, his name is not Justin. His name is Destin. Close, by the way. I want to hear the druids again. Nice start, yeah.
Well, Jonathan, it's great to see you again for Path of Exile 2 Last of the Druids reveal, and to share this with my audience.
Druids.
How have you been?
Me personally, or
Yeah, you. How you? You're talking to you.
yeah. So honestly, like, it's been going very well. Like probably for me, one of the great things is that we're really showing people how we're able to get the company to be able to work on 2 games at the same time and kind of make sure we're hitting those releases and everything. So so long as we're actually able to get just make cool things, I'm really happy. And so it's really good to see that we're finally able to do that.
I gotta say one thing about Jonathan. He's insanely humble. That's a word I wanted to use, and my mind blocked. I really like the dude, man. He's a genius. He's smart. He's humble. He's a nerd like us. I prefer that. No offense to this Dustin, the dude. I'm pretty sure that he's an amazing interviewer and professional, but yeah, I've been a part of Suits making games for so long. I don't want that anymore. I prefer Jonathan.
That's great. Well, let me ask you this. What's the most exciting aspect of this update that you're really excited to talk about and reveal today?
Well, for me, I would say it's honestly the Fate of the Val League, and I guess I'm really personally invested in this one because I took the kind of unusual step of writing the code for it myself, which I don't usually do these days.
1 second. Sorry, chat. My brain completely shut down, and I didn't hear the question.
It's like something that's kind of pretty unusual, but I really enjoy those.
That's great.
Okay.
Well, let me ask you this. What's the most exciting aspect of this update that you're really excited to talk about and reveal today?
Well, for me, I would say it's honestly the Fate of the Val League, and I guess I'm really personally invested in this one because I took the kind of unusual step of writing the code for it myself, which I don't usually do these days. It's like something that's kind of pretty unusual, but I really enjoy those kinds of.
Okay, Chad, did we just discover the reason why we don't have a lot of things? Because if Jonathan is not busy coding, he's busy telling people what to do and fixing the entire game. But if Jonathan is not available to do all of that and he's coding it himself, then he was just focusing on coding it here.
Leagues that
Right.
have like some kind of interesting simulation of something going on. So the build your dungeon mechanic and like
He's
all that
happy
stuff.
about it.
I had a blast making that. So I'm really hoping that players will enjoy playing around with that too. And there's just some really cool design ideas in there, and like some of the crafting stuff in there is like pretty crazy and out there, and yeah, it's just a really fun one. I mean, obviously the druid's like a big thing, and like but I've been working on that for a long time, whereas this league is something I've only been working on for a little while. So I'm really.
Yeah, so self-report. Yeah, sure. Even if this is the reason, I'm still happy with what I said before about Jonathan, the humble and the genius part, because we're about to go into a league and play the mechanic that the main dude has coded himself. You know what I mean? Do you understand how nerdy that shit is with everything that's been going on and how big the franchise is? He's still sitting down and coding everything himself. It's pretty good flex, man. I like that. It's not like a big ass corporation in suits sitting there just throwing microtransactions at our face. The guys are gamers, coders, whatever. You know, I really like that.
Really enjoying that at the moment.
Yeah, you actually showed me the Druid many years ago at Gamescom. You brought it up during the roundtable there. So we first played it a few years ago. What happened to that build since? Can you take me through your process of getting to today, besides, adding the whole wyvern to the... or is it wyvern or wyvern?
Wyvern,
Good question.
I believe is what we
Wyvern,
say.
my mistake.
I don't know what the official fantasy pronunciation is, but
Okay, so I feel less bad calling it wyvern and wyvern every single time. So every single time I say the name, I call it something different. So I don't feel bad about that anymore because clearly everybody calls it with both names.
Probably right.
But yeah, so basically, back when we did that presentation, we only really had the bear, and to be honest, it was really only like 3 or 4 skills for the bear kind of there. So, I mean, we had a class and it was fun what we had made, but it wasn't really like a full class with all the different things that you need. And honestly, at that point, I don't think we'd even really realized the amount of work it even takes to make a class. It was that early. So, I mean, there was a lot of stuff to do. And then even worse, we had the thing where, we added WASD. That suddenly compromised like a bunch of the extra work that we had done, on this class, getting all the animation stuff done. So that was just a huge...
Is it wyvern or wyvern? Yes, dragon. Yeah, old sound system, DRX 3.4. He's got a nice little canvas here. I can only assume... I don't know. This is a green screen. It looks like there's a little bit of a tearing going on here. I don't think this is his actual room. Maybe I'm wrong, but it does look like right here. You see the glasses? It cuts off his entire face, so it kind of feels like a green screen. Maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know, man. Maybe the camera is. Yeah, I don't know.
A huge amount of work, and not only that, but we had situations where there were huge amounts of arguments in the team about how a wolf should be. That was a huge point of contention. And, so that was I was kind of like, I really don't want it to be a man and a man in a wolf suit. I really wanted to make sure that it was, like actually like you'd run around on 4 legs and that kind of stuff. But on the other hand, there was problems with, okay, but then if you're going to do that, then like, what can you do? Just like bite things? I mean, what are we doing here? Like there was that kind of stuff, like there was just sort of fulfilling the fantasy of that. And like, so, we had to find ways to compromise around that and like make the walking feel good. And then there was the wyvern, which, once again, WASD problems where, now that we've got that, it has to be that when you use a spell or a ranged attack, you expect to be able to move while you're doing it. If you're a wyvern and you're like walking around on your wings, you can't just like slide around on the ground. So, we had problems of like, how do we solve that problem? And it's crazy some of the stuff we went through. Like at one point we had the neck like turning around, and then you have this like flip animation when you went around a certain 90-degree corner and that kind of stuff. It was seriously crazy the amount of iteration we had to go through. So, like just getting there was just a whole thing. And then of course, like there's just everything else you need to make a class, the ascendancies and the support gems and the uniques and like all that stuff, right? So it's a surprisingly large amount of work, but I think the Druid really was one of the harder ones we've ever done.
Druid is looking great. It looks a lot of...
Can we all agree that if this patch did not bring the Druid and it brought any other class that we don't currently have, like the Duelist or the Templar or anything else, we would probably get more content in 0.4. But because the Druid had like 4 forms, it was a lot harder. Can we agree with that? 100%. Okay.
Fun. You sort of addressed it in the presentation, but I did see Darth's recent video. I like Darth Microtransaction a lot. I watch a lot of his content, pop in his stream. He was highlighting that there could be a better boss reward grind. How are you revitalizing the PoE2 boss grind for uniques or just interesting gear drops from the more challenging encounters?
Okay, I've got another question before we proceed. How many of you believe that Dustin over here actually plays Path of Exile 2? Okay. Okay. Minus 10%. Yeah, no chance, no way, absolutely not. Doesn't at all. Journalists are, yeah. Okay. Hey, listen. This is so far. It's a better interview. Let me just say that. Yeah, it's fine. But I do agree that I would prefer much rather people that actually play the game every single day. One of my favorite interviews with GGG was with DM, by the way. DM did an amazing job in 0.3. Yeah, that's good, Sinister. He sounds like me doing an interview with a women's water polo team. I know what it is, but no idea. Yeah. Hey, you dropped that class you showed me, bro, in Gamescom. You remember? You showed me the dude you remember that class? How is that going, man? I'm so excited. I've been playing it. Yeah. You just released a 3rd form, the Dragonfly. How was that, dude? Oh, it's a dragon? Okay. That's... Okay. Never mind. Let's keep going.
And is that from community feedback?
We have got to the point where...
Oh, my God. We've got to the point where something. All right.
We basically, like, there's still a lot more work we can do to like make the core drop pool that you get from fighting bosses and so on to like to be really good. There's definitely some concerns at the moment that that this specific content has all the best stuff, and then like there's not enough stuff just for like killing your random workaday boss. So that's like something that we are concerned about. And one of the things that we're doing here is we've actually buffing a lot of uniques, like that kind of thing, like to make sure that those are actually more exciting to find. We're like doing things like with like lineage supports to like do some of that as well. well. So we're just kind of just trying to make sure that like the rewards that we do have are better. I think one of the things that we do get compared to all the time is like Path of Exile 1, which has like 10 years of content and is like a very hard like thing to sort of, it's hard to get to the point where there's enough rewards like how that game has, right? That ultimately is like the game we should be compared to. So we sort of have to reach the point where there's enough content and enough interesting things going on with the drops.
I agree and disagree with this point. I agree that it shouldn't be compared with Path of Exile 1, and I do agree that it should be compared with Path of Exile 1 at the same time. The reason why is because it's the same category genre of game. But the same way that I'm going to compare with Path of Exile 1, I'm going to compare with D4, I'm going to compare with Last Epoch. I'm not literally going to compare with Path of Exile 1 to the point where I'm going to ask to bring shit from Path of Exile 1 to 2. But it seems that that's what he means, and the reason why it's constantly being compared is because they keep on bringing Path of Exile 1 remarks and comparable pointers to explain something. You know what I mean? So instead of explaining, okay, so we're doing Val Temple, and what it's going to be a unique thing that you play around and you go into the temple, whatever. Instead of doing the whole explanation, then explain it, oh, Val Temple is like PoE 1's incursion. Yeah. You get my point?
People sort of feel happy about that. And so yeah, we are trying to address that here. But I did think honestly there's an element of just we need to get enough content into the game that there's enough cool things to find that you can actually feel like, okay, I'm going for this particular thing that's undervalued in the market right now, and that kind of stuff, in order to really get that feeling of of like chase rewards to find.
Totally hear you on that. The next one's sort of an important one, so please be honest. Who coined the term bear apocalypse? Just out of curiosity.
That was me, I believe. I believe I was that one who wrote that one. The skill was called that in development, by the way.
Oh, really? Tell me about that.
Yeah, that was the name.
So you just had that in as placeholder?
Just like, yeah, sure. I mean, like people always pick funny placeholder names. In fact, like a lot of that stuff, the data miners will still find it in the game files when they look around. So, that's always a fun one for those silly names.
Nice. So I was sort of looking at the Steam numbers, and I noticed it's really interesting. Path of Exile seems to have smaller peaks, but longer valleys on SteamDB. Path of Exile 2 has bigger peaks, but the valleys got a bit lower on the player count.
Wait, he's saying the value? What word is he saying there that starts with a V? I don't understand.
Path of Exile 2 has bigger peaks, but the valleys got a bit...
But the who? The valley? Is it the retention? Are we talking about retention here? Is he saying the valley equals low? Okay, so it's something that I'm not familiar with. Okay. So wait, if I don't know what he's saying, a lot of people are not going to know. What is a valley? Low point of low point of concurrent users. The dips probably. I've never heard that shit before. Peaks and valleys of emotions. Got it. Okay. Now, okay. Yep. Now it makes sense. So it's my fault. Okay. So let me go back again, and I want to check this.
SteamDB seems to have smaller peaks, but longer valleys on SteamDB. Path of Exile 2 has bigger peaks, but the valleys got a bit lower on the player count front. Do you think there's something missing on the retention end for each update of PoE 2 right now?
Wait, is this accurate, by the way? Let's see here. SteamDB, Path of Exile, and Path of Exile 2. So December 1st, 5K, 5K, 4.6, 4.6, 5K. Oh, monthly. Okay. We could do 3 months, actually. No, monthly is fine. So 13, 10, okay. 31st of October for Path of Exile 1, 185. Yeah, sure. I think how long people play after the hype release has more hardcore people who don't stop. Yeah. Since a lot of console... Yeah, I was about to say that. Okay, yeah, even if this is right, which it is, and probably it's the same for... We can assume that it's the same in PoE client and console, right? Because this is only Steam DB. Okay, sure.
Now that'll get ironed out as you head towards launch.
I definitely think that that's something that will improve. And I think that really what it comes down to, once again, is just the fact that PoE1's got so much depth of content. Like, the amount of stuff that you can do in a given season is just so incredibly huge. There is, put it this way, I mean, there's content there that, like, players may not even play for multiple leagues at a time. And then when they come back to it, like, it's been so long that they're, like, refreshed and sort of playing again. Like, there's that kind of stuff, because there's just such a huge amount of content. I mean, I don't even know what the count of the number of leagues we released in that game is at this point. It's like more than 40. It's probably like maybe approaching 50 by this point. So yeah, there's just like a huge amount of stuff going on there, and ultimately, it's just about making sure that we get in that end game to the point where people are enjoying it more. So we actually did have a huge plan for new content for Endgame that we were planning on getting in 040.
Yep.
But it just sort of ended up being that the scope was a little bit too large. We couldn't quite do it. So some of that content instead is going to be coming in 050. And I think that can address some of those issues as well. Like one of the common things we hear is basically like there aren't enough goals in the end game. Like you just sort of feel like once you get into the end game, you just lose a little bit of direction. So that's sort of something that we want to make sure that we're improving. So we decided to do sort of like some system improvements, like making sure that the fun of the end game is improved in that way. But some of what the end game is lacking is just straight up content, and obviously that takes time to produce. It is. I can assure you that it is in progress. There is stuff coming, but there's just next league I think will be when we manage to get a lot more of that stuff coming out.
I definitely didn't mean it as a negative. Like, the player numbers seem really, really solid. It was just sort of an interesting comparative figure that I thought I would ask you.
Interesting comparative figure in what way? I mean, considering that one game is 13 years old and you've got people playing it like nonstop since then, I don't know, comparing those two games, how is it an interesting comparing figure? How? Like, yeah, JJ, I understand what you say, that you don't care about player base because there's no PvP in the game. But I mean, if you are the developer of this game, I assure you, you're probably going to have people refreshing every single second to see what's happening with the metrics. Are people playing it? Because that's going to be an indication if people are buying into your game, if you can retain people, if you're maintaining people, right? So it is a good statistic to look at, how many players are playing your game. But I don't agree that it's a good metric to compare a 15-year-old game with a 1-year-old game. You know what I mean? Like, it's pretty weird to me. I don't know. Yeah, but these guys are talking about the overall and average metrics of the two games. They're not talking about, like, yeah, peaks are going to be higher. It's not just that they're saying, but even that doesn't matter. Let's go, Dildo, T-Baggins. Congrats, man. Jag, the real legend, yeah. You're absolutely correct. Okay. He didn't mean it negatively. I feel like that question was irrelevant. No, I'm not saying that he meant it negatively. I just don't understand the logic behind the question. I mean, I agree with you. It's a little bit irrelevant. Like, maybe a better question would be, how do you feel about the peak and the valley of Path of Exile 2? And how do you think you can improve the valley point to be a little bit higher and maintain the player base? That's a good question. Not how do you... The PoE1 has better low count players than PoE 2. What do you think? I mean, it's, you know? Yeah, exactly, Bandit. Full game versus EA game, not really fair. No, I'm pretty sure that he didn't mean it in a bad way, but it's just for me. Yeah, I don't know, whatever. What do I know, bro? I'm not an interviewer, I'm not a journalist. Whatever, he knows his job better than I do. Maybe there's a reason he asks these questions, to follow up with something or whatever. I don't know. Let's go.
But it is definitely something that I'm concerned about, right? Because like I would say that when players, I mean, look, so every time we have a release, we're like, okay, what are the players unhappy about, right? Like, what are the things that we need to be addressing?
Exactly.
So, you know, like
Fog.
the in-game stuff is one of the ones that we had you know, big in our list that we wanted to improve. So that's why you know, we started. I mean, even in 0.30, we decided to make a patch to address some of the problems even early, because we saw it as a big enough of an issue that we wanted to even fix that mid-league. So that's why 0.31 happened as well.
Yeah, I whenever we chat, I try not to ask you like the same questions over and over again, but I thought there would be a few points that I could revisit. I actually watched some of our old interviews to prepare for today. One of the things you highlighted was about PoE 1 players versus PoE 2 players and differences there. Do you feel like PoE 1 player satisfaction has gone up in PoE 2? And how are PoE 2 players feeling about the game? You highlighted that PoE 1 players felt like 2 was hard and 2 players felt like 2 was easier. How's that going? 2 was hard and 2 players felt like 2 was easier. How's that going?
Wait, which PoE 2 player thinks the PoE 2 is easier than PoE 1? Wait, no. Wait. That's correct. Which PoE 2 player thinks the PoE 1 was easier? Is that the question? What?
Players feeling about the game. You highlighted that PoE 1 players felt like 2 was hard and
PoE 1 player, that's the thing that I wanted to say. PoE 1 players thinking PoE 2 is hard. Do you guys think that PoE 2 is harder? Yeah, exactly, Coolers. But is there a PoE 1 vet or a PoE 1 player in the world that thinks that PoE 2 is harder than PoE 1? And according to him, that's something that Jonathan has highlighted, by the way.
2 players.
It's not from coming from him, so I don't know if that's true, but listen carefully. PoE 2 is harder mechanically. Is it though? I mean, bro, you need to dodge like within a second with your mouse click while dealing damage with the mouse and everything. Like when I played PoE 1, again, as a noob, right? But mechanically, I feel that it's coming closer to a Souls-like, but not even that. It's slow, so the majority... Anyway, whatever. I want to hear this again, because I think he said that Jonathan highlighted that.
You highlighted that PoE 1 players felt like 2 was hard, and 2 players felt like 2 was easier. How's that going?
So I definitely think that PoE 1 players are liking PoE 2 more than what they did before. But I think the other thing that's really helped is that, you know, PoE 1 is actually getting content again with the proper release schedule and everything like that. Yeah. So, you know, like if you're the kind of person who just doesn't like PoE 2 for whatever reason, and you like PoE 1 better, it's like now since that game's getting updates, you're kind of not feeling, you know, unhappy and disappointed, right? So that actually changes the whole vibe of the community pretty significantly. So like we actually realized at some point, it's like, one of the best things we can do for PoE 2 right now is actually make PoE 1 better, because it's kind of like, you know, serving the people who are, you know, unhappy about that. So that's definitely
the best thing to do right now for PoE 2 players is make PoE 1 better. Is that what he said?
like one of the best things we can do for PoE 2 right now is actually make PoE 1 better, because it's kind of like, you know, serving the people who are, you know, unhappy about that. So
serving the people that are unhappy about that. I don't know if I agree with that. The best thing to do about the PoE 2 game is make PoE 1 better so we can serve the people that don't like that. The best thing to do about PoE 2 game is to make PoE 1 better to serve the people that don't like that. Who are the people that don't like that, and how many of them are they? I mean, who... I don't know, maybe it's my logic. I don't want to sound too negative stopping the video every single time. I'm gonna play, I'm not gonna stop it again. But I don't see that logic, man. I don't agree with that. They want people to play both PoE 1 and 2. Okay. You want to do that, you have 2 months or 4 months or whatever. I don't know, man. I might come across a little bit too negative on that, but I do believe that it's their own fault. I don't think that after a year, and I support it, but I said it in point 3, that the early access card that we're playing every single time to excuse PoE 2 from any negativity is running out of lives. It's expiring, dude. That card of playing it, oh, it's early access, we're okay. It's expiring. So I believe that what they need to do, and I'm nobody, I'm just a content creator, a small, tiny content creator, but what I believe that they should do is they need to increase their funding into the resources that they need, which means that they need to literally split the office in 2, call them PoE 1 vets, designers, editors, whatever, and PoE 2. That's the best thing to do for the games. Treat the game for what it is, PoE 1, PoE 2, get ideas, do whatever you need to do. It doesn't matter, right? Whoever wants to play the games will play the games. But the best way to attract people, and Happy's absolutely right, to appeal more to a bigger player base and whatever, you need to make both games better. So you need to implement WASD in PoE 1 so you can attract PoE 2 players. You need to make PoE 2 better so you can maintain PoE 2 players and attract PoE 1 players. It's vice versa, right? So the best thing for them to do is not worry who plays what, but fix the game, because now you're not attracting anyone. If you're delivering 2 out of 10 things that you promised, you're not attracting anyone. Does that make sense? And according to you guys, I haven't played it, but according to you, PoE 1 last league wasn't that great either. So there's something else. Anyway, hello everyone. We're watching a new interview that happened last night with Jonathan. Their resources are limited? Oh, 100%. They even confirmed it. They confirm it on every single interview whenever they said we had planned, but we didn't have the time. We underestimated how much it's going to take for us to do all of that. Bro, it's him and Mark. Mark just said last night that he has 3 people on his team, and all 3 of those guys are new. Actually, let me rephrase and quote, somewhat new. Which means that they probably hired them in point 2, or they promoted them in point 2. And it's been 8 months. Point 2, point 3, and now point 4. They still are considered new. But how do you expect, and this is not throwing shade to Jonathan, I appreciate and respect this guy so much. And Mark as well, and GGG, I haven't lost trust. Absolutely no, but we're just reacting, we're talking, right? We're having discussion. How do you expect for things to work properly if the main guy is sitting there for probably 8 to 12 hours a day coding the new mechanic? He just said it himself that he coded the entirety of the new mechanic, the Val mechanic. And he loves it. I can see that he loves it. It's his passion, of course. But if the main dude is not there to tell people, yo, chop, come on, we need to fix this, we need to fix that, what's happening with the fog, what that, they're not going to release an expansion and then say, oh shit, wait, the fog was fixed since point 2, but we didn't even realize that it wasn't coded in. Maybe he had to because the normal coders were so busy on endgame. Maybe. 2 people total. He just added 3 new people to the team. Balanced team. Oh, okay. So it's even worse. So it's 2 people in total, and he just added 3 more people in the team. Wow. And Mark is though right though, but you cannot put balanced people in the balanced team, just whoever. You need to make sure that they have experience, which is why they're sticking with the dudes in PoE 1. But the dudes from PoE 1 need to stay in PoE 1 so PoE 1 can continue to do good and whatever. I don't know. It's manpower issues. Oh, it is 100%. Do you guys remember the Darth microtransactions visited them in New Zealand for 0.3, and he gave us a little sneak peek around the studio? Did you guys notice? And did you see the videos that they were doing behind the scenes and the jokes and everything? That Mark and Jonathan was sitting in their desk with everybody else, and they're working as if like everybody else there. It's like a small office, bro. Anyway. Let's continue. I'm not gonna pause unless something crazy happens. Let's go.
That's definitely something that's really helped. And I mean, really, like, it's not like we ever intended that we wouldn't be getting content regularly for PoE 1. It's just that it sort of ended up being with the, like, you know, getting the company to a place where it could do that was hard. So, you know, now we're in a much better position to be able to do that. And so, you know, we had a PoE 1 release what feels like seconds ago. You know, it was like, I think it might be like only even a month, and maybe a month and a week or something. And so yeah, being able to deal with this update and that update within such a short time period, you know, like, it's definitely required quite a lot of, you know, different.
Okay, sorry for pausing, but I have a question. When did PoE 1 release? I want the exact release date. When was that? Hey, Ghost, welcome in. We're watching a brand new interview that dropped with Jonathan and Dustin here. I want the exact date. Does anybody know? So, wait, what? No. I'm talking about the newest league, Celestina, of PoE 1, just now. When did that drop? Path of Exile 1, whatever it's called, the new league that you guys got. What is it called? Not what is it called. When did it release? (23rd of October? No. 31st of October 2025. Oh, it was 31st of October. So okay, so it's now. I wanted to see when they did the interview because he said a month and a week. So that's gonna be now, right? Keepers of Flame. Yeah, a month is 31st of November, and then a week is now. Yeah, okay. So this is just now. I wanted to see how old this interview is, because they didn't do it live, obviously, but how it was pre-planned, but how old it was to know when he knew that they couldn't release the endgame. Okay.
You know, just engineering of the company, right? Like getting it to the point where we've got all the people we need. So, you know, and it's kind of cool as well because, you know, as the company gets bigger, we get to do more, you know, like you might have noticed that the stuff we're doing with our trailers now is like way more advanced than what we've been doing. You know, that kind of stuff, like, you know, we're getting more people to be able to do that kind of stuff too. So it's been quite cool to see that kind of growth as well.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that, but I think I did last time, so I didn't want to be redundant. You talked a lot about performance this time. One of the top search terms is PoE 2 Steam Deck. Have you worked on that specific device in addition to your current improvements? And then are you forward thinking about the Steam machine?
So I mean, we haven't targeted that machine specifically, but all the performance improvements we're doing will work very much in favor of that machine as well. Like, it is a pretty marked difference, like the improvements to performance. And this is one of those things where you got to be really careful about promising things because, you know, you're always going to get someone who's got, for whatever reason, you know, their PC is like doing worse now than it was before. And then like they end up being slower or something like that. So you didn't fix it at all. But like, I really can say that like the improvement is pretty damn marked. You know, we did a lot of work here. I think it's going to especially be beneficial for console players as well, because in that case, that we can be much more certain about our performance promises, because hardware's all exactly identical. Yeah, like it is way better there, especially at end game when you had lots of performance problems. So yeah, it honestly might be getting towards double FPS in some cases. Like it really is like pretty big deal.
Double FPS. You heard it here first.
Yeah, well, as I said, I don't want to make promises like that. So we went with a conservative 25% in the live stream for that reason. But yeah, like I mean, I'm seeing numbers like that though. Yeah, it's way better.
Well, I hope you're correct. In the speaking of just Path of Exile and how you really try and innovate. In the past, we had talked about lack of innovation in the market. That was a while ago. Do you feel like a lot of the larger companies are getting better about this, or even more risk averse? And are they creating a space for studios like your own to really shine?
So it's pretty interesting what's been going on in the industry in the last year, especially.
That's a
where
good
it feels
question,
like
actually.
all the biggest things are indie hits. Like honestly, it really feels like something has changed a little bit here with that. I sort of wonder whether what we'll see eventually is some kind of cycle where the studios, the kind of like there'll be another thing where like the indie hits kind of like end up growing again and becoming the new AAA, as it were, or you kind of have a cycle again of like teams growing in. But right now it feels like we're right in the point where you get some really polished indie experiences are kind of ending up being some of the largest things. So I mean, like the older companies, I mean, it's honestly I barely pay attention to them anymore, quite frankly.
Bro, we know who he's speaking about. Like, I mean, the older companies. Who could it be? Yeah.
Like that stuff is like not really where the action is at this point. Which normally I feel like people are overly mean to AAA game developers, but yeah, it really is kind of a bit of a marked change this year for sure.
Yeah, like
Wow.
I'm playing of Ash and Steel. It's a smaller studio game, and it's just like, oh wow, this is so refreshing. And Out of Action is this indie.
Of Ash and Steel. All right, let's see if Dustin is really playing this. Right, so all-time peak 5 days ago is 6,108, and Dustin is one of them. No, apparently released. Gamer confirmed.
Game. It's a first-person shooter that's trying something new, and that's been really, really refreshing for me. Another thing about the market, just generally speaking, we talked about Chris last time, and he's sort of doing his YouTube thing now.
Oh.
He did a video about dark patterns. It wasn't something that I was really familiar with. It was really, really insightful.
Uh-oh.
You've also talked with me about avoiding negative cycles in the past. How do you and the team avoid dark patterns being icky feelings for the player?
I think it really just
feelings. Yeah,
I think it really just comes down to we've always, and like this has been from the very beginning of our company, have always just been really against those kinds of things. Like maybe there's this kind of like there's a sort of hacker ethos that I think that both Chris and I kind of came from younger, like when we were younger in our lives, that kind of was very kind of like anti-establishment in this
2600 all the hits, yeah.
So yeah, we just kind of had that sort of feeling about things, and so yeah, our kind of whole philosophy I think was kind of shaped from that a lot, and so that's whenever we're looking at doing things. I mean, we're very careful with our microtransactions and this kind of stuff as well. Like whenever we're looking at the stuff to make sure that we don't like go across the line of like just that weird icky feeling, as you said. But I mean, it just comes down to I think just being a gamer and being in that community and understanding like if you're part of it, it's like you immediately tell like how would I react if I saw a game announce this, right? And that's what you need to be thinking as you're you're doing these things. And honestly, like with Settlers of Calgary, so this is a funny one. So that one is a league that had some real-time mechanics, and I was like super uneasy about that. I was like, I'm actually really worried that we're crossing a line here into like mobile game style territory, and I was really worried about it, and it kind of worked out.
Somebody, Twister on YouTube said they're so against those things in the dark patterns that they actually remove homogenizing and Gorp.
And I think the reason why is because we had enough trust built up that we weren't kind of doing it in an evil way, and we also kind of weren't doing things like where, you know, like we weren't doing the type of thing where we're like, okay, we want you to get up in the middle of the night and that kind of like crappy stuff that the games have done. So we kind of managed to have a bit of latitude to do that. But yeah, I was even really just worried about that, and that ended up being like a really popular league in the end. But yeah, like that's the kind of stuff that I really do want to be careful to try and avoid.
Good.
In his video, he brought up somebody carrying a laptop to keep a daily streak alive. Was it you?
Yeah, wasn't me. No, I do know who that was, but I'm not gonna throw them under the bus.
What are some of the really bad examples of dark patterns that you really don't like and work to avoid?
I mean, okay, like, so random example, right? In our shop, the points, they're like 1 point is 10 cents, right? We don't have any like weird like ratios and other stuff. We never do like point discounts or like larger packs of discounts and other stuff like that. Like, you know, like we try to play it extremely, you know, like it's like the reason why we have to have a point currency on the shop is because, you know, you need to do at least $5, otherwise the credit card fees just become ridiculous, right? But it's like outside of that, we're not interested in having a premium currency exactly. We just want you to be able to buy, you know, like stuff in our shop. So therefore, we don't have any interest in doing things like selling things for like, you know, like 99 points or like, you know, like doing weird ratios and all that stuff. Like I don't want to do it, right? So we've always been like that, and we just kind of, you know, just a random example of one of those things, right?
Yeah, of course, and
That's a good example, by the way. That's really good, the way they're thinking about this. Great Tacos and Andrew Elist. Thank you very much for the follow, guys. Welcome in.
seems like you're doing okay, so maybe they're not.
I mean, you don't need to do that, right? I mean, it's the same as true with the like mystery box. I think we were one of the first in the industry to publish what the chance were. I think we were one of the earliest ones also to make it so that you can't get repeat items in the mystery boxes as well. Like, you know, so like we're making sure that when we do the stuff that we're, you know, we're trying to be as friendly as possible for that kind of thing. And like at the end of the day, you know, we did experiments with the stuff and we found, you know what, like all of those things didn't matter as much as you might think that they do. And I'm sure that, you know, you could probably make a few more bucks if you do some of that stuff, but I don't think it's actually necessary. I think that you can actually be fair and it's okay.
Yeah, you know, it's just a really interesting topic for me because I think there are games that do it well and sort of strike that balance that needs to be struck when you're making a product. I think you're one of those companies, in my opinion. And I was curious, do you feel like anybody out there is kind of getting a bad rap in the industry right now?
What? He's not going to answer that. He's going to, yeah, Diablo Immortal, man. Yeah. What do you expect? Andrew and Dualist equals Andrewalist. There you go. Got him.
Carly is an amazing OBD2 reader. This thing is...
You mean like undeserved?
Yeah, like maybe it's like, maybe you're being a little bit too harsh on.
Oh, okay.
I don't know that I would immediately. I don't think there's any examples that jump to my mind.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to say a name.
Look, I do, like, in general, I do sympathize with game companies when they do things, because, you know, like I've been there in some cases, you know, like I can see how it goes. And obviously everyone's trying to do their best with regard to making things that players like. So you know, like I do sympathize a lot of the time, but at the end of the day, like, you know, you've got to, you do actually need to do what your customers want you to do, right? Like you can't, you know, you have to respect them. And so, you know, if people are getting a bad rap, I mean, on some level, they do need to just be able to weather that and deal with that and, you know, and change things and do better.
Yeah,
Good
you know,
answer.
actually in my previous interview with Path One, I believe he said something along the lines of, you can't get defensive with your community because you have to address those issues head on. What's your personal philosophy with that? Like when the community's mad, you seem to really weather those storms well. So like, what's your approach when, you know, you're kind of getting nailed from all corners?
I mean, what it comes down to really is you have to appreciate the fact that, you know, anyone who's unhappy, they're unhappy for a reason, right? Like you have to try to find their perspective. And that can be really hard sometimes, like seeing what their perspective is. But, you know, like it can be done. You can do it. And that is what led to, a lot of the improvements we made in 030, where we did the sprinting and stuff like that. And it's like, I was kind of against the idea initially, but then we worked out a way to make it okay. Like we're like, okay, so someone's saying they want the game to be faster. Like, what is a way that we can do that in a way that they are happy and I'm happy, right? Like, can we find a way to kind of like get a common ground here? And that's really what it comes down to.
Well, that's good. Last year, I asked you about your favorite game. I think you said it was Balatro. I think that was your game. Was that 2024?
Probably, yeah, that sounds right.
Who do you think's going to win 2025, the game at the Game Awards, and what have been some of your favorites this year?
Well, I mean, the people who are going to win is obviously Expedition 33. I think that's not in doubt. Not actually my favorite game particularly, but not that I'm saying it's bad or anything. I'm just saying, like, it wasn't my favorite. Let me just, I feel like I need to look at my Steam library here and
Go ahead.
refresh myself on what I've been playing. So, oh, you know what? Okay, I'm gonna the game I definitely enjoyed the most this year was The Drifter. I don't know if you've heard of this. It's a
I haven't.
90s style It's a 90s style adventure game, and it was just so well done. I honestly loved it. So yeah, that's kind of that's the thing that I'm pushing at the moment in terms of like.
When do you have time to push Drifter, dude? When? What? You've got two massive ass games. When? Bro, I am a full-time gamer and I don't have time to go between two games that I'm playing, yet alone developing games. He's drifting, yeah. That's why we have this patch. I told you he's playing another game. On the pooper? Bro. Experiments. No, I'm all for it. I'm just joking. I'm joking. Of course, he has to have work-life balance, but work-life. I mean, he's a gamer. Of course, he's going to play and stuff like that, research and whatever, but yeah, that's still... Hey, Felipe, how you doing, man? How you doing, brother? Long time no see. Missed being here. Yeah, missed having you here, man. We had a lot these days. All jokes? Yeah, we're joking. Of course.
Amazing games. And honestly, they probably deserve more sales because it's really excellent. So yeah, that's probably what I enjoyed the most.
Oh, that's great. And you're voting for Expedition 33. Got it.
I would not, but I'm not sure if they got nominated, but Silk Song was probably my next favorite afterwards, I would say.
Great
I really
game.
enjoyed that. Yeah.
Great game. The new map system. So was that inspired from PoE 1, or what was the new map system?
And so you're talking about the Fate of the Vile dungeon map thing.
Yeah.
What? The new map thing. And he meant the Val Temple from PoE 1. So is that Incursion?
So basically, that we did originally want to do something that was inspired by what we did in Incursion, but I wanted to do something a bit more interesting because I never was really quite fully happy with how that one worked. And I'd played an indie game called Loop Hero. It must have been like 6 or 7 months ago. I don't know if you played it before, but it's effectively a game where the hero is automated, and what you're doing is designing and making a dungeon for them to walk around in order to level up.
You see, we've been proven wrong, man. Research and experimentation is actually a great source of inspiration to do stuff. Look at that. Assumptions, of course. Yeah, sure. Supervising meetings, code reviews. I'm pretty sure the code he wrote is just the bare bones at a conceptual level. Assumptions. Well, he didn't present it like that. He presented it as if he sat and wrote the entire thing, but sure.
The hero? And I really liked the way that like the position of placing all of the elements in the dungeon really mattered in that game. So I took a bit of inspiration from that. And I ended up just sort of at home, just in my spare time, kind of writing like a programmer UI type sort of simulation for this to sort of see like, okay, what can I make here to create something. And I actually ended up using that prototype, we took all the code from that and then actually used it for the actual game. So effectively, what we've got is the actual league is that same prototype, but with a proper UI on it, rather than the UI that I just made, with like lines and a few small things. So
That's
that was a really fun one. And honestly, I don't know if the league could have come together quite the same in any other way, because I ended up modifying the design of what I was doing a lot while I was making it. It's been a very long time since I kind of like personally just like sat down and wrote code for a league before. So that was a really fun one, and kind of returned to my roots a little bit, because I used to do this stuff all the time a long time ago.
what do you guys code in?
C++. So like, we've got our own engine. We're like most of the game industry that isn't using Unity is all in C++.
Okay, cool. And I made a comment about it. You have a painting behind you. Are you a painter? Do you paint?
I'm not. No, it's not me. It's that's a guy. Sam Foley, I believe, is his name. Yeah, I'm a huge fan of his. It's a really nice one. He's like a local.
I've been proven wrong. It's not a green screen. Okay, cool.
It's good stuff.
Cool.
Nice.
I had a few jokey questions in here too that I didn't get to. When writing your scripts, I also deal with this. How hard is it to find other words for terms like foe, enemy, or destroy/defeat? It
could take a while. You know what? I'll tell you what the one thing that I find myself using AI for is a really good thesaurus, right? Like, it's just like they seem to, in the depths of the AI, there seem to be a million other these words, and so that's what I often use it for. It's definitely a problem though.
Yeah, that's funny. Give me 5 different ways to say the word foe. What was another one I had here? Oh, I was sort of curious. Do you ever use consultancy agencies? I know you have like the Aztecs, right? So like, do you reach out to an Aztec expert to ask them about getting the glyphs correct? I don't even know what you would ask about.
Not usually. What it really comes down to is making sure that our artists are just doing really good referencing, and just making sure that they're paying a lot of attention to that stuff. So they do a lot of exploration and sort of do like a research into the culture. And then what they make is they make these these reference boards of like, here's how to do this correctly and all stuff. They sort of assemble all those kinds of things together in order to make like a sort of a Bible for how to here's how to represent this culture as we are representing it in the game. And then once you've got that, you can kind of go from there and create like a bunch of assets. It's definitely a bit of a process.
Yeah, that's sort of cool. Like, do you travel to the locations and then actually experience it, or is it more just online research? What's the process like?
I mean, we haven't really done that. It is a lot of online research mostly. I mean, there have been cases where we've done like some different things than that, but most of the time, it's just a lot of online research and just sort of making sure. Now, I mean, this isn't really my thing, obviously. Like, I'm not the lead artist, but I sort of that is what they do, and I sort of see them doing that stuff all the time.
When you think back to where you were at launch and where you are today, what's something that you're like really, really proud to have accomplished at this point with?
Good question.
What is it, 0.4, right?
Mm-hmm. I think that like what we've managed to do really well now is we've managed to get like a really good feel for like combat and like through the campaign and that kind of stuff. I'm really happy with where that is. I really like the way that the item system and crafting is coming together. Like, sure, we could use a few more rewards and stuff, but the overall system I'm really, really enjoying. And just like the feeling of comboing things and all that stuff, I'm just really, really happy with that. So it's like I don't think there's like too many weaknesses we still have left, and I kind of do have a plan for how to address them. So like I'm pretty.
Are there okay, question, guys. Are there a lot of builds that use combos? Actually, let me rephrase. Anybody in here uses a combo-based build? And when I say a combo-based build, I'm not talking you need to elemental weakness the boss, orb of lightning the boss, lightning rod, and then lightning arrow. That's not a combo. A combo is a combo. Anybody playing combo here? Yeah, like NATO's. But NATO's is like, what, 3 abilities, right? Ice Nova freeze a pack, then snap pop them. Monk, monk, monk. It's scuffed because it disappears on weapon swap. Just for fun, yes. Monk with the air spells. If it involves more than 2 skills, I'm out. Because I don't know if you guys felt the same, but I felt that the Wolf is very combo heavy, or at least that's how they presented it. And I don't think that's how we're going to be playing it. Ice Chrono was combo too? What's the combo? Frostwall, Frostbolt, Frostwall, Frostbolt, that's it? Whirling Slash, Barrage, Twister. Oh, you were using darts. With Warrior, I was doing Earth Shatter, Warcry, and Slam. I don't know if half of the ones that you guys are telling me are actual combos as they intend them. Now in point 4 with less monsters, that should give more windows of opportunity for combos. So if you lower monsters, it's gonna make them stronger and increase the quality of loot. It's all interconnected, for sure, but I still believe that the majority of the meta builds are not gonna be combo. And it's gonna still be the same that what you said before, where it's gonna be just for fun. That's what I mean. I'm not talking about spells that work good together. I'm talking about that spells can only work if you use another spell before it. And that spell that you use before it is there so you can make the second spell trigger. And then the second spell makes a third thing trigger. And that third thing is going to empower the first thing that you did. That's what I mean. I'm not talking about a sequence. That's a rotation, what you guys are telling me. Half of the builds that you told me are simple rotations that you click 1, 2, 3 so you can have a good sequence of combinations, sure, but it's a rotation. You know what I mean? Like what I said before is not a combo. Like elemental weakness, lightning ball, lightning rod, and lightning arrow is not a combo. It's a rotation to kill the boss. But I mean doing the parry things with the disengage, with the spear and whatever, that's a combo. Like for example, whirling slash into the twister is a combo in a way. Okay, so basically the combos that Jonathan wants us to play. That's the one that I'm talking about. That's the one I'm talking about. Yo, Kata, welcome in. We're watching a new interview with Jonathan. Perma bolts and fragmentation rounds? No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't count that as a combo. It's not, because you need to spam permafrost bolts until you get your first freeze, then swap to fragmentation and hit them with the fragmentation. I feel that combos is a different way of doing rotation. I don't know how to explain it. Guys, you remember how they introduced the Huntress in point 2? Do you guys remember the trailer of the Huntress and what they were explaining? And we were... do you remember that? The Huntress trailer in point 2? With the combos with parry and disengage and everything else. And if you parry the right moment, you're going to get something and you're going to be able to combo something else. That's what I mean by combos. Yeah, I would count that as a combo, I think. Andruelist. You can only activate certain skills by doing other skills first, right? Yeah. Build with lightning ball on crit. I see. One button spark. Yeah. The reason why I'm asking you, by the way, it's not like an irrelevant question. The reason why I'm asking you is because it's been since point 2 that they're pushing combos more and more and more. And like, it's what we saw with the Huntress, is what we saw with the infusions in point 3, and it's what we're seeing now with the Wolf, at least. And everything else that I saw with the Druid has some combos where you do this and that, and you get Rage, and the Rage is going to be a Rampage. Then you can do the Roar, so you can get the other buff, which other buff triggers the meta gem that you added, which is going to be Warcry or some shit like that. And then that's going to get you to max rage. And when you get to max rage, you can press your ultimate or another ability, a fourth ability that's going to charge through everything. That's what I mean a combo, not like a freedom of rotation that you can mess up. If you mess up on the halfway point of the combo, you need to do the whole thing again. That's what a combo is, in my opinion. And they're pushing that playstyle a lot. That's why I'm asking if people play things like that. I would pay to see them combo for 5 hours and see how they like it. Exactly my point. Yes. Yeah, I see you, Fab. Yeah, yeah. I remember him hammering combo buzzwords in point 2. Exactly, yeah. And then they slowed down a little bit in point 3. However, they did introduce the infusions, which was the whole point of this. You start with Frostbolt. The minions are going to drop something. You need to. You're forced to collect them so you can empower your Frostbolt to now deal lightning. And if you do that, then the fire is going to drop and you're going to be able to hail rain, like whatever.
Damn, that's a gifted sub.
Wow, 5, dude. Thank you so much for the 5 giftaroos from Table. Thank you for the support, buddy. I appreciate you. What I would like to see is a state of the game where I can copy your build 1-to-1. I shouldn't be able to perform as good as you because I didn't practice the combo fighting style. There's also no incentive that would reward combos like quality or XP multipliers. I don't think there's a game that rewards combos that I've played at least, but what combos usually do in some games, like for example World of Warcraft that I've been playing the most the past couple of years, what combos benefit you is making you feel good about playing your class, knowing what you're doing, it's satisfying, it's fun, and the most important, it's the way to go about it. There is no other way. You cannot play a rogue in WoW. For anybody who knows, who anybody who doesn't, you'll follow. Playing a rogue in WoW, which is my main for 20 years, you play a rogue in WoW, whatever you do in a competitive scenario, PvP or PvE, raiding, dungeons, it doesn't matter, okay? You will never be successful if you just smash your keyboard. You need to know what you're doing. You need to spam 1, then 2, then 1 again, then 4 is going to activate. You press 4, then 3 is going to be triggered because you got enough combo points. Then you need to vanish. Then you need to do another combo. The point of the combo is not giving you something apart from satisfaction, fun, and DPS or tanking or be successful at your role. Path of Exile 2, though, I feel that it's forcing combos when you can easily play non-combos and have even more fun. Because that's how people have related with ARPGs, and I'm not a veteran of ARPGs, but that's how I feel at the moment. Why would I play a combo with 6 different rotations or abilities or triggers or collection remnants and stuff if I can literally just walk and do 1 or 2 things? And not only get the same result as you, but get better result as you, faster result as you. It's more satisfying and it's more fun than what you're doing, to me at least. You know what I mean? So you can also do whatever you want and smash the keyboard in WoW, but it's going to be bad. You're going to be punished because of that. Nobody's going to be inviting you. You're not going to be successful in what you're doing. So there's no other way. That's what I'm saying. Here, it's not punished. It's an ARPG, not Taken. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, but this is why I'm asking you and I open this topic of discussion because they're pushing combos a lot and I want to see how the community feels about it. Like if they come tomorrow and they say, hey, everything is combo driven, I'll be like, hey, you know what? I'm going to try it. I'm going to try and get into it and see how I feel about it. Like I'm not hating on it. I don't agree with it 100%, but I'm going to give it a try. But I wanted to see how you guys feel about that. Perfect strike combo was needed for the warrior. If you missed, you have to build up again, and the boss, that is bad. Yeah, exactly my point. Yeah. Forcing combos on bosses seems fair in PoE 2. Yes, sure. I think forcing combos in bosses is going to be more fun and more satisfying than trying to walk while you're looking at your abilities and trying to follow your combo with random shit happening in maps, because the maps, there's no chance, dude. You need to do them as fast as possible, right? But for bosses, I do agree. It's going to be more satisfying, I believe. But again, as long as we have the option to play as we will without any combos, nobody's going to select combos versus anything else. Does that make sense? Like, if you watch me play a Deadeye with just Lightning Rod and Lightning Arrow, or Flame Wall, Frostbolt, and I just obliterate the bosses, you're not going to go and do a 16 combo build with a warrior to get the same result or worse. That's what I'm saying. You will eventually, you might do it for like a week, and you will eventually just go a little bit easier. %. Okay. The lack of combo gameplay style makes WSD sprint, dodge, parry not as important as they should be, and it frustrates me. The lack of combo play style makes, yeah, not as important as they should be. Yeah, sure. I think I'll do some sort of combo for the Druid because it just feels like that's what the character was built to do. That's what the character was built to do with Huntress, but we found a way to just throw a spear and obliterate the entire screen, plus your neighbor's screen as well. So, GGG, I don't want to cut your wings. You should do what you want to do, and I'm probably going to follow you as well with the Druid, try and do some combo stuff going on. But GGG will always show you almost naked players whenever they're showing the gameplay, just so you can feel that you need to play slower and more combo-y. That's what I've noticed so far with the trailers and the gameplays that they've done. It's never going to show you an insanely overpowered build. They're always going to have some cool stuff showing as well. But yeah. The boss fight in trailer was slow, like no DPS. Yeah. Of course, they wanted to showcase the environment, the design, the boss, all of that, and also I think it's a psychology thing. And for example, giving Bush as an example on YouTube, the reason why he wants to play the Druid is because that's how they showed Druid to him. So the same way that Bush is thinking about it, there's going to be other players thinking about it because they showed it to us like that. Does that make sense? If they showed the Druid just rampaging through everything, burning everything, right? I mean, you're going to be, oh, shit, I'm doing that. Yeah? Exactly, Dobry. Exactly what I'm saying. Also, if they kill the boss in 0.2 seconds, how will they show the skills and combos? Yeah, of course. No, we don't, Sinister.
Things are coming together and we're going to be...
We're doing good, IC. We're watching a new interview. ARPG players want to run around, kill shit, get tink, kill more shit, get more tink. I think that's... Correct me if I'm wrong. There's a lot of you guys probably here played ARPGs so much longer than I have. You can answer that. I think that's how ARPGs are. But I also believe that there's room in the market where PoE2 can be an ARPG that's closer to other genres as well as ARPG. It doesn't necessarily need to follow the footprints or the blueprints of every other ARPG that we know. You know what I mean? Where it's just mindlessly running around obliterating everything, you know? Water the garden, then pick the flowers, distill the poison, jar it, and then flask AoE kill. I hope I get distill temperatures correct. It doesn't look like that, but I'm pretty sure we're going to find a way to just do the same amount of damage with 2 abilities instead of 4. Yeah. Okay, let's continue.
To the point where I'm like, okay, like we're actually pretty damn locked in as far as like, you know, making a good action RPG is concerned.
Yeah, I was really happy to see that you were adjusting the currency in Endgame, because that was one of my big criticisms for like 0.0 or whatever, because you just spend everything, and if you run out of the maps basically, or whatever they're called, you can't really proceed anymore. So thank you, I guess that was more than anything.
Yeah.
Was that from player feedback, or was it from your own experience, or maybe a little of both?
I'm not going
It's
to
a mix of
comment.
both. I mean, like I sort of say this pretty frequently, but ultimately what it comes down to is, yeah, like we hear the players what they say, we play ourselves, we try to understand, like, okay, am I experiencing the same problem that they're experiencing, and then be like, okay, now we can make some kind of change. But you do need both of those elements. Like, what I don't want to do is just knee-jerk react to something. Like a player says this, I'm like, okay, I'm going to change it then. Like it needs to be that I actually experience the problem for myself.
Of course, it never should be like that. I really like that mindset where they see feedback, they see if there's more people thinking about that feedback, and then they have their team or themselves playing so they can experience that to see if it's a real problem. I really like that, but also there's a negative side to that. So let's say I am the lead developer of the game that we're playing, and you guys tell me, hey, I believe that, I don't know, the fog is fine. We don't have a problem with that. Or you need to increase the fog, and I'm a hater of fog. I'm not going to do what you guys want because it's opinion-based as well. But I also know that he spoke about how much he wants to push things. But regarding this matter, we've seen Mark and Jonathan talk about things that they don't want to change too often. So I don't know how much that's actually preventing them from doing a lot of changes. Holy Devil, welcome in, man. Hello. Bush, for sure, dude. You could definitely achieve that. And if you need help, make sure that you join our Discord. Anybody who's not in our Discord, join. We have a massive community on Discord. We have people talking, questions answered. It's active. You can get some help. We've got a guild going on if you want to join in as well. But if you want to join in the guild, you need to apply for it and just wait for officers to speak to you, and you're going to get invited if we have the space. But yeah, definitely. Imagine if there's an ARPG like any others, but we do bosses instead of isometric. The camera view becomes a third person where you can do those combo attacks that we were talking about earlier. I see. Yeah, it's a good thought, man. Oh, I would play that game. I get your point, but as I said above, with WSD, sprint, dodge, whatever, you're in a whole new territory. Are sheep trying to keep up with the inflation? No, I agree with that. I agree with that. Sorry to bother everyone, but I missed if the rain wet effect was only for Druid. It was. I think it was a spell. Wasn't that a spell? So if you have a talisman, you're going to be able to use that spell? I need to go back and check it. I think... Yeah, I need to go back and check that, bro. If anybody knows the answer, let us know.
Fully understand it. That's kind of a key element of that.
And the dragon, it's like you've referenced Game of Thrones, right? At least a little bit.
It's a wyvern, dude. You see? Bro, we were teasing this before. He said, is it a wyvern or a wyvern? And we said it's a dragon, and he just said dragon.
But
I mean, I believe that the Game of Thrones dragons were also wyverns technically. So they're just the cooler form of worm. Which is the overall classification here. But yeah, I mean, look, that sort of classic like breathing dragon fire pose. I mean, yeah, it's pretty cool, right? You gotta use those references.
Are you gonna roll Druid for the new season, or do you think is there another class you're eyeing?
No, definitely Druid right now. I mean, that's what I've been playing for a while now. But actually, there's like a lot of different ways to play it, and it's a little bit it's actually a bit unusual as far as the classes go, because we had to kind of think of it in like, okay, there are sort of 4 archetypes that you might want to play, even independent of being able to pick things across them, right? Like you have to be able to deal with someone who wants to play only spells, or someone who wants to play only wolf, someone who wants to play only bear, or only dragon, but also you want to make sure that there's reasons to combine all of them as well. So it's kind of ended up, there's a lot more sort of cross-pollination between the different elements of the skill set here than what we've done before. And I actually think I kind of want to use some of those ideas and try to bring them back into the other classes as well a bit, because that exercise of sort of thinking about things in terms of those different individual archetypes kind of resulted in quite a lot more interesting design. So yeah, like that's been, but it does mean that playtesting has just been like, well, once if you're doing a whole bear playthrough, it's like, okay, well now that's completely like got nothing to do with if you do a full wolf playthrough. So there's a lot sort of harder to kind of, you have to do more playtesting to make the same lot of stuff work.
How is that going to go? Like when I roll Druid in my playthrough, are you going to just naturally have drop?
Bro, my man is so excited that he forgot to breathe. Bro, I love this guy, man. I love Jonathan, dude. He's such a nerd and a gamer. It's insane. He forgot to... He was so excited for the druid. Oh, man. Look at him go.
They like got nothing to do with if you do a full wolf playthrough. So there's a lot sort of harder to kind of have to do more playtesting to make the same amount of stuff work.
How is that going to go? Like when I roll Druid in my playthrough, are you going?
Bro, absolutely. I really hope that I meet this guy in person one day or speak to him in any way. Absolutely love the dude, man. He's so excited. We don't get often these kind of developers, man. Absolutely love it. The dude.
How is that going to go? Like when I roll Druid in my playthrough, are you?
When I will Druid. What? So Druid became a verb now. What do you miss? Okay, so the Wyvern is apparently, according to Dustin, a dragon, and it's a verb now. We are Druiding.
Going to just naturally have drops? They're like, hey, maybe you should try out the wolf build, but that's usually through like Act 1, right? By the end of Act 1, you'll probably be locked in.
So basically, I mean, look, you can just combine multiple forms together. I do imagine a lot of people will probably want to stick to one. Effectively, what we do is at the beginning, we say, okay, like we're going to give you immediately a wolf and a bear skill, so to start you off, and then the next tier down, that's when you start to get the wyvern stuff coming in. So I suspect a lot of players will probably just like pick one at the start, just go with it. You know, if the more adventurous players out there, you've also got the wyvern to sort of go with. But yeah, like all through, there's kind of like interesting opportunities to be able to move between them. And one of the things we're trying to do as well is that all of them generate some kind of resource or mechanic that the other ones can use in different ways. Like we'll put those hooks in there. So like one of the ones we had in the video, for example, was that so rage is a thing that the bear can easily generate. You know, like if you're using, but the other two classes also have things that consume rage without a natural way to generate it, right? So it's like, you know, you don't have to do that, but it's just a thing that if you're looking to do some kind of like bear hybrid with wyvern, then you can do that, right? Like the more rage you have, the longer you can do the flame breath. So that's like a thing you could do if you want to sort of specialize in doing that. Yeah, like it's like,
that's gonna be so hard to do, man. I see what they're trying to do, but it's gonna be so hard to do. It's gonna be so hard to do.
we try to have those cross pollinations from all different directions.
What do you think you're going to roll for the druid?
Well, that's a tough one. I mean, the most recent playthrough I was doing wyvern, so I probably might want to go wolf for the next one after that. So probably on release I'll do that. I'm really quite enjoying wyvern though. It is it has been fun. So yeah, but I think that when I last played wolf, we didn't quite have a couple of those changes to the way that the pounce and cross slash stuff works. So I think I might want to roll that one next.
Well, I suppose I'll ask one more because I think I got one more minute. The time mechanic on the ascendancy, how does that work on the back end? Maybe that's a weird question. It seems like you know where the enemy AI is going to go, and then
you're talking about the one where it does a skill from the future kind of thing.
Yeah.
So really what that is just like, so are you talking about the one where you that you use against bosses, or the one where it does the thing for you?
He has no idea, Jonathan. Just explain both.
Did it against the boss in the
Okay, so that one, yeah. So that one, basically what we do is when you use it, it effectively does the heavy stun as if they got heavy stunned from their current position, and then both of those entities now exist, but you haven't heavy stunned one of them. So then what usually happens after that is, because you keep attacking them, it immediately heavy stuns the boss as well, and that causes the boss to usually do basically the same thing that just happened to the vision of it that got heavy stunned before. So it kind of just ends up being that you get the feeling of like you got a future got ripped out and then it immediately happened after. So it's kind of just a bit of a psychological trick there, I guess.
Yeah.
That's nice. Wait,
Yeah,
I want to hear that again. I want to hear the explanation
usually
again.
happens after that. Both of those is if they got heavy stunned from their
You did it against the boss in the
Okay, so that one, yeah. So that one, basically what we do is when you use it, it effectively does the heavy stun as if they got heavy stunned from their current position, and then both of those entities now exist, but you haven't heavy stunned one of them. So then what usually happens after that is because you keep attacking them, it immediately heavy stuns the boss as well, and that causes the boss to usually do basically the same
Nice.
thing that
That's
just
smart.
happened to the vision of it that got heavy stunned before. So it kind of just ends up being that you get the feeling of like you got a future got ripped out and then it immediately happened after. So it's kind of just a bit of a psychological trick there, I guess.
Yeah.
It looks.
Yeah, that one was a bit of a trip. I'm like, wait, how does that work? So that seems really fun. What's a cosmetic that you and the team worked really hard on and thought was really cool, but no one bought or very few people bought?
I actually don't think I've got a good answer for this one. I probably didn't pay enough attention to it to really be able to say that. It actually is. I'm not usually the one doing most of that cosmetic stuff, so yeah, probably I'm not the right person to answer that question.
Wait, guys, for the talisman, I don't know if I'm right, but based on the video, they showed a low-level druid in human form apply a white base talisman, and then they had two options at the bottom of the weapon, one icon for a wolf and one for the bear. So obviously you only have wolf and bear in the beginning, and then you can get better talismans, probably a rare or whatever that was going to have the wyvern. What I think should happen, since you're allowed to click on the two icons, you can select the same talisman for both weapon set 1 and 2, and then have weapon set 1 as the wolf, weapon set 2 as the bear, and have your abilities change, right? I don't know how else it's gonna work. Or maybe it automatically changes based on the abilities that you do, I guess. The same way that human form is gonna take is gonna transform you from the bear to human if you use a spell. All three, so not sure yet, honestly, or I misheard. I see.
Well, I just thought it would be a fun one to ask.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how much time we have left, but I kind of got through my questions a little faster than I thought. Was there anything that I didn't ask you about that you really were excited to discuss today?
No, I mean, look, the main things are we got the druid. That's obviously been a huge deal. Community's been really excited for it. We've got the Fate of the Val. It's my favorite league to develop for a very long time. So I'm really enjoying that one. And obviously a bunch of other more minor things that really should be saved for the patch notes. But that's the sort of the core of it. And I'm really happy with what we delivered for this release.
And you can't give me any hints about final release date.
Well, I mean, it isn't this year. That's what I can definitely say about that. Yeah. But look, put it this way. I would be incredibly disappointed if we didn't have it out sometime next year. Let's just say that. That's definitely like if the release year ended in a 7, I would be quite unhappy. I'm doing my best to try and get it out next year. But like when it comes down to it, what we need to do is we need to get the end game in a good place. We need to get the balance in a good place. We need to get the performance in a good place.
Bro, you guys know that I called either mid next year or end of the year. I am now convinced it's never coming mid next year. It's probably going to be end of next year. But in order for it to be even end of next year, they need to have a good streak of leagues coming out. Otherwise, we're going 27. Switching to December, same. We're the same on that, Sinister.
Like it's just basically, and then of course we need to finish the campaign, right? Like these are the things we need to do to get the game out. And so I don't want to commit to when the date is until we're like pretty damn certain that all of that stuff is good. And at that point, we're ready to say, hey, everyone, the game's done. Play it. You're gonna have a great time. Like people, no one's left. Like there are no big groups of things that people can say are bad left.
Yeah, totally makes sense that you...
Now, they don't necessarily need to ignore PoE 1. You know why? Because PoE 1 previously league, not the one that they had now, but correct me if I'm wrong, anyone of you who played it, the one with the mercenaries, Celestina's favorite Pokemons, right? That was a badass league, was it not? That was a good league. And guess what happened after that league? 0.3 came out, which is probably our best league to date. So they can cook. They just need to delegate the right things to the right people and do the right tasks at the right timing and have focus on the priorities and the right things. You know what I mean? like we spoke about them 100 times. We're not going to say it again, but they could definitely cook, man. Both games, they could do it. But it seems that this time they chose different things that were much more complicated. Like he said it last night, they designed the druid 4 forms, guys. He probably felt like designing 2 classes. They could have given us 2 classes, by the way, instead of the druid. I think people would have been so much happier. Imagine if they came out with Duelist and Templar, or Duelist and Shadow, or Marauder and Duelist, instead of just Druid. They just need to not play other games on Steam. It took 6 months to get the first iteration of Endgame. It has to take at least that much to redesign it, if not more. Oh yeah, 100%, sure. But I'm not only talking about Endgame. If they came and said, hey guys, Druid has been a pain in the ass, therefore we're going to make a smaller mechanic as the league instead of this big ass thing that we're going to add crafting and this and that and this and that and this and that, right? We're going to make something smaller. I don't know if Delves is a smaller thing or whatever else could come from PoE 1 and make it a little bit chill. But also we're adding Act 5. Also we're adding Trial of Ancestors. Also we're adding the tattoos. And Druid is coming out. It could have been 5, 6, or 7 different things with the performance changes, and just come before and tell us, hey, Endgame is going to be postponed. We're not going to be doing that. The mechanic is not going to be that big or huge or complicated, but we will try and count and act on multiple different things. Like a lot of things. I'm always into a lot of small things rather than one big thing. You know what I mean? I would prefer that. 1.0 December 2026, I think. I hope. At this point, I'm not certain for anything. If they have one more league, like 0.4, it's going to be 27. Some more ascendancy. Exactly, yeah.
You want to wait till everything's lined up, all your ducks are in a row, so to speak. Well, I'm super excited to try out the Druid. I can't wait for this expansion. I'm waiting to play this class since we met and did that first gameplay walkthrough many years ago. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure as always, and I also can't wait to see how the community reacts to all the new content.
So what's happening for another 15 minutes?
Awesome. Thank you very much. It's been great.
Thanks. Now, in addition to this interview, we also had a bit of a round table, and it was really great to get a few questions in there and jokes. Let's be honest, that's just sort of my style. Anyway, here's what they had to say to those questions.
Starting from the ones that were already posted when we were playing the video.
Nope, Dobry, no, don't start. Let's not start this hype train for 0.5 now. 0.5 is going to be huge. It's literally what we said a week after 0.3 came out. Oh, I cannot wait for 0.4, man. Here we are. Let's not start the same thing again. We're building, dude. We were building for 4 months to get the reveal from yesterday. So let's, yeah, 0.5 hype, yeah.
The first question is, can any class equip the animal talisman weapons or just the druid? Yep, so just like all of our weapons, they're usable by any class. The talisman is what unlocks the ability to transform. So effectively any class can do it. And obviously we like to do this kind of thing because, you know, for the players out there who like to experiment, you know, with doing things like ascendancy classes that are not on the druid while still using it with animal forms and that kind of thing, that can be a fun that can be a fun thing to allow. So yeah, we do try to allow this kind of stuff, and that's how it works. The next question is, are you able to alter the element of the druid's beast forms, like taking a Shadow Flame Conduit passive to make the Wyvern's Flame Breath ability deal chaos damage instead of fire? So yep, that one does work. And generally speaking, like all the various tools that we have throughout the game for modifying.
Oh, that's going to be pretty fun, by the way. Going full on fire build on the Wyvern, whatever, and converting that with a Black Flame for chaos damage. That's not going to be bad. But it's going to be pretty far apart. Purple Dragon, yeah, but we know what happened with when we tried it with a Warrior, right? It's going to be pretty far, though, I think. Or is it? Actually, it might not be.
Many different
it might
abilities,
be possible.
you know, all of those do work with the druid as well. But each of the forms do have a sort of like somewhat, you know, known elemental alignment. So the bear generally has more stuff going on with fire. The wolf has a lot more stuff going on with cold, and the wyvern has a lot more stuff going with lightning and some fire as well. The next question is, did you ever watch streamers or high-level players and get ideas on how to mess with them and design new challenges around those ideas? Not necessarily. I mean, obviously we do pay attention a lot to the streamers to see what kind of builds they're doing. But I wouldn't necessarily say we're just necessarily trying to mess with them. The next question was the Flesh Surgeon a failed dermatologist? Can you tell me more about the lore of this character? Well, I mean, I guess, that's funny when we were coming up with that one. I can't even remember what came first, but someone proposed the idea of, we've got all these, the Val have all these crafting mechanics for items. What if you could craft yourself? And honestly, as soon as we heard that, we were like, we have to do this. It's just super cool to like cutting off your own limbs and replacing them with prosthetic ones.
I feel that any second something's going to happen. I don't know what's happening here with his stream.
So yeah, that was just just the visual of it and everything was just so amazing. We're like, we just have to do this no matter how complicated it is. So that was a cool one. The next question is, I love the new map system in the temple. What inspired the system? So it is loosely related to the ideas we had in the Incursion League from PoE 1, but the game that actually inspired me the most was a random indie game called Loop Hero that I played a while back. And in this game, one of the things I really observed was that it wasn't so much about what tiles you got, it was more about how you place them with relation to each other. And I thought that was really interesting. So I wanted to make a system that had a lot of that same idea of like, it's about be able to place them strategically with the right positioning in order to get the best bonuses. And that turned out really well. So, I really enjoyed working on this one just because designing that system was really fun. And in fact, Incursion, back when we made it in PoE 1, was one of the leagues I really enjoyed making the most. And for this one, I took the somewhat unusual step of actually writing the gameplay code for the league myself as well. So yeah, this was a really fun one to work on, and just designing all those things. And it's one of those really fun things to do when you design and build those kinds of league mechanics by yourself. The next one is what new buffs did you add to Lightning Arrow this season? So yeah, obviously there are a few supports, but of course the stuff that is the most powerful now, because I mean everyone's playing Lightning Arrow at the moment. We did have to do a few nerfs for that, but overall we've buffed a lot more things than we've nerfed. There's as Mark said in the video, we've buffed like 90 skills. There's like a ton of stuff going on there, but of course there are a few nerfs as well. Next question is the number of enemies in the endgame is one of my biggest issues as well. What ultimately made you and the team scale the number back? So when we so there was a breakpoint where we saw that there were just way too many monsters in endgame, and the trouble that we had with it at the beginning was actually it's very hard to be able, at least we felt like it was going to be very hard to nerf that and like make the scale back the number of monsters in endgame without causing a lot of outrage among the player base. So we're really concerned about that. So what we actually ended up doing was we wanted to be able to change it through the whole game. What we decided to do was give it a test in 0.3.1. So we made a sort of mid-league patch where we adjusted it for the low-level places and maps, and then ramping up to the same value as before in the end game. And we did that because we were like, okay, people aren't going to be worried about, like, we've got that borderline where you went from campaign to end game and it like felt like the bridge was, sorry, the jump was way too high. So we thought we'd smooth that out, but we were kind of like, well, players are going to complain unless we unless we ramp it back up to what it was before an in-game. But a sort of unexpected thing happened, which was that we actually got a bunch of players saying, oh, it was really good that you did that, and they actually wished that it was like that for the rest of the in-game as well. And that's when we're like, well, hang on, like, we absolutely would have done that if we thought we could get away with it. If the players are actually saying they also want that, that means we absolutely should be doing it. So obviously the thing that the players do care a lot about is the fact that the rewards are, not being nerfed, and that the experiences are not being nerfed and that kind of stuff. So we have to make sure that was the same. But overall, I think that it's a hugely beneficial change, because, yeah, there was just this feeling of getting swarmed in the in-game that wasn't really great. And the other thing that it was doing...
Actually, this, I believe that it's a good change. I don't know if it's the biggest W of this patch, the density, reducing the density of higher maps, but I do believe that it is a W for a lot of different reasons. Reason number one, it helps you fix the performance issues, right? Number one, you don't have so many mobs to the FPS drops and all that stuff. Thing number two that it does is that In the future, I think it's going to be easier to calculate and understand how loot should work when you know approximately how many monsters exist and what's the count and calculate with the magic monsters or whatever. A lot better than having like 1,000 mobs in a map, depending on what they go, and there's so many different layers. Layers. The third thing that it does, it also enables build variety and builds that were previously not good enough to actually do good, and also some combo inspired builds could actually work a little bit better because you're gonna have more time to do stuff, right? So I do believe that it's a good change, but I also believe that what Mark said yesterday about revamping the entirety of the Atlas tree, that adding an option where we can select a notable that gives us the option to increase our density by a ton and go back to how it used to be, is also going to be a good option, because that way you serve both pools of players, the ones that love the density and the ones that don't love it, and you're going to give each of them a choice of what they want to do. I think that's the best approach. Having it on its own with the lowest density is not 100% perfect. It's like 70%, and adding a good option on the Atlas tree for people to choose having the density versus not having the density makes it 100% perfect, in my opinion. Didn't they say that the amount of mobs is same in T15, so you're still getting swarmed anyway? No. So what they're saying is in 0.3.1 mid-league, if you remember, they reduced the number of monsters in the lower maps. So tier 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, stuff like that, yeah? And so they did that so newer players, casuals, and whatever, they can have an easier time to go from campaign to the maps. Then when you get to tier 7, 8, 9, 10, whatever, and especially above 10, it increases the density by, let's say, 40, 50%. I don't know the exact number. But if, let's say, maps 1 to 10 are 100% increased density, maps 10, 11 to 15 are 150% increased density. What they're doing now is maps 1 to 10 remain the exact same as we have it now, and maps 11 to 15, they drop from 150% density to 100% density, so it's the exact same thing as the previous maps. Yeah? And then they're going to add a notable in the Atlas tree where it's going to be adding 50% more density in the maps. That's what they're going to do. It's a massive W. Not every map needs to be a clusterfuck to compensate for higher loot rates at higher levels. When mapping, you suddenly go from a chill, smooth experience at tier 1, 7-ish, and then from 10, 15, you basically get a massive platter of mobs in the face. Yeah, but also I can counter that with a different argument that I agree that not every map needs to be a cluster and super dense, but you know why you're saying this is because you don't have any other content. If, for example, let me paint you a picture, yeah? So now we're getting the temple, which is a completely different concept that you can go and farm, and you can only do that if you want to progress in the game, let's say. And then you can stop doing that and go do maps. Then you can stop doing that and go do a third piece of content that doesn't exist, but let's say it does. And you have 4 or 5 different options of content that you can go and do freely to progress your character. You're not bound to one. Then having every single map super dense is going to be fine because you're not forced to do only that. We're saying now that it's not a good thing because it's the only thing that we have available. But the counter that I wanted to give you is that it's normal that from tier 1 to tier 10, it should be easier because your build is bad. You just started, so you need to slowly progress. By the time you go to tier 15, you're so much stronger that you can handle 20% more mobs or 30% more mobs. And by being able to handle those mobs, the difficulty rises, therefore your reward rises. Yeah? So both ways could be viable. I don't need to have 10 mobs with super HP in order for me to qualify as a good build and have fun. I can have 100 mobs with less HP and less loot and still have the same calculating loot drop as you having 10 mobs with higher HP. Because if you have only 10 mobs with higher HP and you have 100% loot drop chance, It's gonna take you 3 minutes to finish the map. If I have 100 mobs with 50% DHP, but still 100% loot drop, it's still gonna take me 3 minutes to finish the map. So it's the exact same thing. That's my point. I found a link for the new skill tree. Yeah, send it over. Send it over, bro. Any mechanics early game campaign player can do while going through the campaign normally and still interact with the league mechanics, I think it's good, like Abyssal and Delirium. I agree. Yeah. For sure. That's why it's a good thing that they're adding the temples in the campaign as well. I agree.
Because it was causing a situation where the higher damage builds that had less less AoE were effectively penalized very significantly. Now with the changes, it's a bit more viable to do more of those types of builds. So I'm really happy with that change, and I think that improves things quite a lot. The next question that we have here is the Druid has been on the precipice of being added for a while. What was the biggest hurdle with the class, and when did it click? So yeah, we actually originally showed the Druid back in Gamescom 2023, I believe it was. And back then, it was before we had added WASD to the game. And we only had one animal form at the time. We had other animal forms we wanted to do, but they hadn't actually been made yet. And so the very first thing we had to do to sort of get things going was we had to work out a way.
Exactly, a one who knocks. Exactly my point. And I really hope that they that they do that, because eventually, if we get to that point of the two examples that I give you, you're gonna be happy, and somebody else who loves the density is gonna be happy as well. It's just gonna be a click in the atlas, and you're gonna, let's say, if I want the density, I'm gonna need to sacrifice 2 points or 1 point into my atlas to get the density over you. But if I get the density, then I need to get some sort of a benefit that you don't have, and then you get a benefit that I don't have. But one cannot be better than the other, right? Especially the density that I choose over you cannot be better loot, because then the majority of players are going to be forced to go with that better option, and then we're back to FPS drops and all that shit, right? I send it? Okay. Let's finish and we'll check it.
The class feel acceptable in a WASD context. And for the Wyvern in particular, that was really, really difficult, because whenever you can cast, a ranged projectile at this point, such as, breathing fire and that kind of stuff, people want to be able to move while doing that. And, the dragon kind of moves around on its two big wings, grabbing the ground as it moves. So it's really quite difficult to make that work when you can move. So we kind of had to work out, we went through like a bunch of different strategies to making that work, and that was like a whole thing. And then we also had like a huge problem with the wolf as well, because one of the things when I were doing the wolf was we didn't want it to just look like a man in a wolf suit. So I was very keen on the kind of like four-legged locomotion, but then we started running into all sorts of problems of like, okay, if you're just a wolf, like what kind of attacks can you do? Just biting things is not particularly great. Like you need, you want that sort of claw, like slashing thing, that's kind of the fiction you're going for. But I didn't want to give up on that four-legged locomotion either. So we ended up coming with a hybrid for that one, where if you're jumping from far away, you can go from 4 legs, land on 2 legs, and do a slash. And then for a little bit of walking, you do a sort of traditional WASD type movement setup. But then after you've walked a little while, you go back down on all fours again, and then you can actually run more quickly. That was a thing that really made the wolf click. So for each of those different animal forms, it really was kind of a different moment when we sort of worked out how to make them fun. And we honestly went through a hell of a time getting that to the point where it felt really good across all the classes. But we did get there in the end. That was...
It's the second time he's explaining that, and the second time that I'm feeling that mouse players are not going to have... No, I don't think it's going to be bad with mouse, but it might be a little bit different. I don't know. I think that relevant loot or drops would make spending more time in a map more fun. That would lower the need to run maps fast to catch a tink. I don't know. You are not wrong, Andrew. I think that you're right, but don't forget that there are two types of players. If you are in the 50% that likes to go a little bit slower, combo driven, take your time with a map, do like 6, 7, 8 minutes with the map, go to the next one, do the same, etc., that's perfectly fine. And that's why I'm happy that they're giving us this option here, because sometimes I want to slow down and I want to test different kind of builds and I don't want to be forced to go ham. But the majority of the time, I just want to cruise through and achieve different kind of levels of either speed or tink drops or map density and stuff like that. You know what I mean? There's another 50% of player base that doesn't want to do what you want to do. So both player bases need to be satisfied at the end of the day. That's the way that you maintain people. That's the way that you retain people. And it's not by prioritizing one over the other. It's by giving people the choice to go one or the other, and the benefit is exactly 1 for 1. It's the same thing. You get 100% drop chance, I get 100% drop chance. I'm just giving an example. I know it's not that easy to code and do and whatever, but that's why we're not getting endgame shit, because they need to revamp the entire atlas so they can make that shit possible. Selwyn, welcome in, man. Thank you very much for the follow. And Lokmotits, thank you as well. Who's ready for D4 Season 11? You? Who? Who else? Who is? Mike is pretty low. Yeah, I don't think... Is my mic low, guys? Is my mic low? It's fine. Audio is great. Okay, good. Yeah, you're spot on. Having this flexibility also allows for more build variety too. I might be a heavy hitter, really liking the tankier but less mods, but struggle in huge brittle packs. On the flip side, I might be benefiting from on-kill effects, so my build works better with a higher density. Yeah, exactly. Your voice is low? Wait, is it? Really? PoE 2 killed my D4 enthusiasm. Somebody said it yesterday, I think it was Sinister, that you can literally play D4 the day before and you can finish everything and not even miss out on anything on PoE 2. Well, in your video, it's perfect. Anyway. It will hurt my eyes to see D4 Druid again. Yeah.
I guess it probably was only like a couple of months ago when we really managed to get things really working to the point where I was really happy with it. The next question is, in terms of performance, what would you say is usually the biggest tipping point and pushes the team to find more solutions? Well, I mean, performance has been something that people have been pretty unhappy about for a while. And this time I basically just said, look, I'm going to take care of this one. So I sort of personally started firing at the profiler and finding things and just pushing things forward. So, yeah, we found a lot of things in a relatively short period of time. I'm really happy with the improvements we did. In the video, we said 25% increase, but honestly, I think that the reality is quite a lot better than that. The reason we wanted to hedge our bets there is that you're always going to have people who say, oh, you know, like it's not actually that much faster and that kind of stuff. I think it's better just to under promise and over deliver there. So, for example, even today, I found something else that can improve the performance of the game by 20-ish%. We've got some really big improvements. I think the honest
that's casually saying 20% is insane number, man.
Answer is it's probably more like double frame rate for CPU bound cases. But yeah, like we'll commit to a 25% and uplift in all cases because
this isn't just a wallet; it's a rare find. There's some.
Ship it then, yeah.
That's been a problem we've seen. So yeah, like I just really wanted to make sure that we were improving in this league. Now there's a lot more we can do here. Like I've got a lot more ideas for things. I've identified some other things that we can improve, and there's obviously some balance things as well with like certain builds that can be a bit of a problem. But in general, I would say that we're getting a much better control over performance stuff. And certainly what I want to make sure is that by the time early access is over, that not a single person is complaining about performance. So that's kind of the commitment that I want to have. And so yeah, like it's just become a something that we really need to make sure is really good. The next question was, what did you...
No, we're talking about shipping it because he said that he just found something that might actually improve the game by 20%. Just casually saying that. Where was that for so long? The thing that is huge is how seamless and smooth the PoE2 Druid feels and plays. Yeah, they did an outstanding job with the Druid. That's what I said before. The design, animation, transformation, how smooth it is, and everything looks really, really good. Under promise, over deliver is still the key. True. We said it yesterday. We're gonna say it again. If only they did that with 0.4.
you find was causing the performance issues, great to see improvements. So I would say probably the it's not going to be one thing alone, but probably the biggest thing that made a difference, I guess, was making sure that we can take advantage of multiple cores more effectively. Effectively, even though you might have 12, 16 CPU cores or something like that, we were basically not really using most of them most of the time during the course of a frame. And so a lot of the work that I did was basically just making sure that we're removing dependencies so things can run at the same time more efficiently, and just utilizing more of the hardware that you have effectively. There was obviously some just traditional optimization as well, just looking at things that are slow and finding a way to do it faster, but a lot of it was that multi-threaded optimizations type stuff.
Did they comment if the endgame delay would push the full release back? No, they wouldn't say that. But they are now saying that they're wishing that they're gonna manage for 2026, and they're gonna be pretty disappointed if it's gonna be 27. But they keep mentioning 27 as well, just in case, right? And I agree, Selwyn. I agree 100%. I think not only that, not only being damaged, but I do believe that also it's gonna be too slow. So multiple people are telling me that my voice is low. So is that better? How about now? Is that better?
The next question is, what inspired you to add Wyvern to Druid, and what inspirations do you use for this design / abilities?
Your voice is low like a man's voice, not high as girls. Oh, wait. No, I meant volume. Voice is fine for me. You sound the same as any other day. It's really on their part. So did I do something now? Is it better? Yes. Okay. Good radio voice. Yeah, but how's the volume though, guys? Stop complimenting me. What's happening? Volume is fine. Okay, I increased it by 3 decibels now, so I don't know if that's gonna make a difference.
I'm not even sure who exactly was the first person.
Wait, what was the question here? What inspired you to add the Wyvern?
To use for this design / abilities.
Yep.
I'm not even sure who exactly was the first person to propose it, but effectively we were like, okay, we want to go something a little bit more out there with the third form. We want something that's not something that you would expect. And we also wanted something that had some kind of range ability, because we had the kind of slow, attack with the bear. We had the kind of fast and furious with the wolf. We wanted something that was going to be ranged, and someone said, why not a dragon? We ended up going with Wyvern, but that was kind of the thing. We're like, well, yeah, why not a dragon, right? We should probably do something like that, because it would just be awesome. And then the tough part was okay, if you're a dragon, you need to be able to utilize the wings effectively and that kind of stuff. And it just, it was a tough one, but we sort of was like, okay, if we want to be able to have some kind of range, what kind of animal can you be that can be ranged? And so a Wyvern ended up being what we went with.
Yeah, that's good, man. That's a very it's a very good decision, and I think Yeah, I think it's nicer going for a wyvern. Now that I understand the difference, it's a little bit skinnier, it's smaller, it's a little bit more agile. I think the dragon would have been a more chunkier thing, but either way, it's a good decision to have a third form. Really good decision. Yeah.
Question is, what's without spoilers, of course, are there other druid forms to be earned through uniques and other methods / means like the demon for the bear? So we don't have any others in the game right now, but there are others that we were making and might come later. So yeah, there are
What?
worms and other methods / means like the demon for the bear. So we don't have any others in the game right now, but there are others that we were making and might come later. So yeah, there are some other uniques we did have in production, but that's yeah, something that we can definitely do more of.
So they're talking about the bear form, that crazy ass bear form that you get with the what is that? Is that a unique? What was that? I think it was a unique. Because it looks cool. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, unique. Yeah. The unique that transforms your bear that looks so good. And they said that they're designing more.
I'm quite keen to do some of that as well. The next question is, can we get a skin for the druid that is basically a man in a wolf suit? I'm not sure about that. I'm kind of against it. But also the rig now effectively is designed with these sort of long, like sort of strange pose. So yeah, a little bit more difficult, I suspect, to do that. So yeah. So that's the end of the questions that I've seen in Discord. So if you guys have any other questions that you wanted to ask, then feel free to throw them in the Discord. Otherwise, you know, I guess we're good. So okay. So yeah, hopefully you guys enjoyed the presentation and hopefully I answered some of your questions. And you know, if that's all we have, then all right, then I guess we'll call it a day. So thank you very much, and yeah, I'll see you again. You know, hopefully I'll see you in game, but if I don't see you there, then hopefully I'll see you again next time we do a presentation.
Well, as always, it was an absolute pleasure to make this for y'all watching. Thank you for watching.
Yeah, cool guy. Good. There were a couple of really good questions and inspired some pretty cool discussions as well. Not bad at all. Not bad. Give me 1 second. I need to use the restroom. 1 second. Be right back. Yo, we're back. We are back. Alright, so once again, the mic volume is good, right? It's not too low. Initial, tell me, let me know. The Druid, yeah. If I Druid... Yeah, okay. Dracaris sent me something here, I think. Did you? Yes, you did. 0.3, 0.4. Patch is okay-ish. We gotta work with what we have. Yeah. Alright, so, let me see. We can move. Okay, beautiful. Look at that. Look at all the changes. I cannot zoom. Oh, shit, I can. But I cannot select stuff. Okay, we can only see. Cool. So if I zoom... Can I move with something? No, I can't. Okay, so here... Monk stuff. Let me see the monk stuff first. Where are we? No changes. So left side is 0.3. Right side is 0.4. So there's 0 changes in the beginning of the monk tree. Oh, it follows your mouse. Okay. They made it a little bit closer together here, but practically no changes whatsoever. Okay. Oh, there's a brand new cluster right here. Or no, they removed the cluster from there, actually. The cluster has been removed, and the one that was there previously is the Lust for Power. Is the tree already out? No. It's not out, but somebody did this. I don't know who did this. Somebody who obviously has access. There's something new above. Where? Apart from the Lust for Power being removed, I don't see any other changes here. Okay, I see another change down here. Yep, this right here. Can you guys see it? This right here. So this has been removed. Down here. You see? So this is 0.3. Now 0.4 is going to add it. And if we go to POB right now, what we're looking at there is... right here. So split shot, and then there's going to be something else added here. These nodes are going to be pushed to the left. Oh, it's going to change the whole thing. Right, so you can skip split shot and immediately go from this passive to this one. It seems like. I don't know if these are confirmed or they're... I don't see any other changes here. Apart from that. Okay. Okay, I see another one. Another 2. Okay, I found 2 more. So there's going to be 2 more added here. Let me see, where's the... Yep, there it is. This is a brand new cluster of things. I don't know what they're going to be. This one. So they're going to add something here as well. They're going to add something there as well. Okay, we don't know what it's going to be. No, this somebody took a screenshot of what they showed, and they made this work like that so we can have an easier time understanding what they're going to bring, but you cannot hover over anything. And the other one that we found was this one right here. There's another new cluster, and it seems almost identical with the other one, like the colors and everything. So it's going to be something similar, these two clusters in 0.4. Okay, so clearly you can see that Walker of the Wilds is going to be deleted from the game. 0.4, 0.3, 0.4, 0.3, 0.4, 0.3. Okay. I cannot see what's happening here in the crit nodes. There's apparently an addition over here as well. And there's another cluster being added at the bottom right, as you can see. Okay. Nothing insane going on here. I do see two clusters on the bottom side of the tree. Can I zoom more? Yeah, there you go. So these two don't exist right now. There's going to be two more added here. Next to quarterstaff nodes. Did I miss that? Quarterstaff nodes. What am I looking at? These? Oh, these. Yeah, okay, okay. Yeah, I see another cluster similar to these ones. Is there anything else that I'm missing here? Yeah? Okay, that's the one. Okay, good. So we're going to have like 3 clusters of something. I don't understand what this is. Can we try and look at what these could be? So if I take a screenshot, I go in game, we do this. I'm going to try and do something here. It might be pretty stupid, but let's see. Who knows? Screenshots. What did it look like? I hope it's bleed. I don't think it's red enough, man. So there's like a brownish, blackish thing always in either side. And there's a lighter brown, almost whitish light around it. Let's remember that. So it actually could be, if you blurry these out, there's red. So this is staggering palm. Stun buildup. Okay. There's something with AoE. 2 new AoE actually, yeah, you're right. Give me 1 second. Let me go and see. Wait. Hold up. Wait a minute. AJ, welcome in. Found it. Yeah, attack area of effect. Attack area of effect. Let's go back here. Use that and see if we can find anything. Oh, this looks like it. There you go. We found it. Holy shit, we found it. Dude, this looks similar. Right? There it is. These right here. Yeah. Okay. So these are the ones. Let me see a bigger one. Yeah, these have to... Yeah, there you go. There you go. Found them. So attack area damage, area of effect for attacks. Beautiful. You know what that means? I can actually go my wind assault build, and those are going to be the first couple of nodes that I'm going to need. Yep. Especially if we get... I don't want maximum life. Don't give me that shit. Give me area... where is it? This one. Devastation. Something similar to this would be pretty cool. Attack area damage, area of effect for attacks. Pretty good stuff here. So, with that in mind, how many are we getting again? So, with that in mind, we are getting one over here that's going to have 2, 4, 6 points and one big one. It will be an area of attack. Yeah. But I mean more damage. I mean more damage, like a devastation. Because devastation doesn't only give you area... You see, increase area of effect for attacks. I also want increase attack area damage. What does it say in the notes? Attack area effect. You see? I'll get to the greens. Give me 1 second because I'm kind of build crafting my monk right now with these. So there's going to be an easy, quick cluster here. So if that's the case, then we go pop in here. These are going to stay there, right? Are these staying here? Yep, these are staying here. Have a good one, Celestina. See ya. Thank you for being here. So we're getting that. And then it's going to be here, right? Am I right with this? It's going to be between the conservative casting. Yes, dude. Good. So that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The crit cluster is out? What crit cluster? Okay, and then where's the... Oh, there's more over here. So we just go straight and we have another cluster with 2. And then the other one is... So it's going to be pretty simple. It's going to be pretty simple. So I get immediately concussive attacks. We get here, whatever it is that we're getting. And then we go right here and we get the node. Then we click on the jewel. And we go down the jewel. Yep, it's down the jewel over this side. So down the jewel next to these. Right here, there's going to be another one. And then right here, there's going to be another one. Okay, nice. Not bad, not bad. At least I know how I'm going to start. I mean, Act 2, 3 with the monk. It's done. Can you see the new tree? So this, for anybody confused, this, somebody got the image that they posted in their video, and they did this thing so people can see what's happening. So on the left side is 0.3, on the right side is 0.4. In Discord, if someone needs it, yeah. Post it on Discord. If anybody wants, go and check it in general chat on Discord. Have a good weekend, Twisted. See ya, buddy. Stun? No, it's going to be area of attack. This is something that they showed, but again, it doesn't mean that it's going to be exactly that. So there's going to be 2 new nodes over here. That's going to be too far away from for us. Okay, and then quarter staff. Huh. Where is spear? Spear is the one next to it, is it not? This is daggers. Oh my god, give me daggers, bro. This is quarter. The staves, and then bows, and then spears is all the way over here. Quite far, but we've done that before, right? So I think that might be the limit right here. You get all of these and that's it, but I don't even know if you're gonna need them. Probably you will. Anyway, what crit clusters are you guys talking about? Which ones have been changed? What? The crit cluster is out. Which one? Oh, you're talking about this one? Yeah. This one's out. The power charges. Yeah. Okay. And Walker of the Wilds. Okay, let's move away from this. Can I zoom out? Okay, this is the furthest that I can zoom out. So we have a lot of things missing. So let's go to the top. There is going to be a node added all the way up here. If you guys see it. You see this little thing? We don't have it right now. I don't know what that looks like. Actually, it looks like this right here. And I think this is cast speed. Am I tripping? Or are these like almost the same nodes? Wait, let me show you guys a little bit better. Where the hell was it? I missed it now. Okay, so yeah, this node. Look at this node. And then look at this one down here. Actually, maybe it's not. No. What did they say that's going to be? We found the projectile speed clusters. We found those. Added a new cluster between Witch and Monk called Remnant Attraction. So that's the one. Between Witch and the Monk. This is the one, no? I don't see... Yeah, I don't see another one between these two. So it's here. So this is Remnant Attraction. Okay, so it's Remnants. Right, okay. Not a big deal. Okay. I don't see any other changes on the top side of the tree apart from that one. Okay, now I see a shit ton of changes. Oh my god, look at that, dude. Look at that. No nodes, full nodes. No nodes, full nodes. And everything changes. Look at all of these here, and also they change stuff there. So before we go to this side, obviously, because it's a druid, let's look at the very bottom here of the tree, see if we find something. These two nodes, these are the Merc nodes, I would assume, which are projectile speed clusters for the Merc. Yeah, projectile speed clusters over here, but I believe this one is projectile speed cluster. Where is it? Why can I not go there? This green thing right here, this one, is probably the projectile speed cluster, right? Projectile speed. Does this shit look the same as this? No, it doesn't. This looks a little bit darker green. No, it's this. You don't need my camera or anything. It's this one right here. There's nothing behind my camera. Absolutely nothing. It's exactly the same thing. The only changes within the screen that you're seeing now are these two nodes. These clusters. These two. That's the only thing changing here. Two new things. Yeah, but I think that these are the projectile speed. I don't know what this is. We have no idea what this is. It could be area of effect, by the way. Is it the same as my screenshot before? Is that the same thing? No, it looks like fire. Now that I see it. Ignite, yeah. Flammability. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. It looks like flammability. Yeah. And then this is the projectile. Yeah, they did mention that they're doing a lot of flammability stuff, right? So where's flammability? There's nothing else here. Principal, Grand Tribute, small nodes in the passive tree, remnant pickup range, ascendancy, remnant pickup, whatever. Reduce movement speed. Let me see flammability. Yeah, the values of flammability, magnitude, and passive tree have been increased massively. They don't say anything about new ones. Fix the bug. Yeah, there's nothing else here. Okay. Where can I find the link in Discord? Let me see. General hideout, man. General hideout, right here. Okay, so that's it for the Merc. Let's go to the left side now. Can you guys see? Yeah, I'm gonna zoom in so you can see it. There are a ton of changes here. So up until the middle, there's nothing. Yeah, I see an addition. 1 second, I'll show you. There we go. Alright, so up until here, nothing changes apart from these changing their space, their placement. And those going a little bit higher because there's a new one added. So boom, there it is. This is new. This is new. Is there anything else here? Yeah. Yeah, there's more stuff. And I think this is flammability as well. Right here at the very edge on the left. Yeah, that's new. And then this is new. Did I miss the Ranger? Yeah, but it's very quick. Look, it's nothing big. This is new right here. Which is going to be the extra projectiles or whatever it is right here. There's going to be an additional few passive nodes that you can get here. That's pretty much it. And was there anything else? And the majority of the rest... Let me see. There's going to be some changes to the companion shit as far as I remember. Oh, there's something down here we haven't seen. Yeah, these. There. These right here are also added. Extra projectiles, I think it's going to be this one right here. And this might be extra flammability or something. But this is going to be... Oh, wait. Could this be... I'm looking for area of effect. Could this... No, it's more... Could this be area of effect? This looks more flammability to me. Okay, that's another change that we missed there. I cannot see the bottom. That's flame, yeah. That's basically a bro. And obviously Walker of the Wilds is going to be removed. It seems that there's going to be a change somewhere here. It feels that they're removing... No, they're adding something here. You see at the very edge? I cannot even zoom that far. You see this node right here, Chad? Where's my mouse? This one right here. Just below the crit stuff. It's not there right now. So there's going to be an additional thing there. And probably is going to be projectile stuff. And that's basically it for the Ranger. We're now at this side. We talked about these changes here. We're looking at... Okay, now it's slowly starting to become a little bit crazy. So let me show you what's happening here. Look. You see? So now this side is going to be connected with that side with a brand new cluster. Boom. There we go. It's going to connect. So I guess this cluster, the small cluster right here, is removed. Or it's It's not removed. It's this one. So this comes a little bit further up. There's going to be 2 new notables being added to it. And they all look like flammability shit. Right? This is very weird to control. I'm sorry. Yeah, they look like flammability stuff. Anytime, brother. Yeah, okay, that's happening. I'm looking at the left side. Not the druid. I'm not looking at this side because there's going to be a ton here. But I'm looking at anything below this line. Oh. Wait, what? Oh, they just lowered this one at the edge. You see this right here? They just lowered it. They didn't change it. They just lowered it a little bit because I guess they want to expand shit here. Is there anything else that I'm not seeing? Below the line. Bro, below the line, there's absolutely nothing else. Like, I do see this glowing now. Where is it? No, never mind. No, I was right. Yeah, there's something glowing here. In 0.4. Whereas here it doesn't glow. You see? I don't know if that's a significant thing. Where the hell is it? I lost it again. Oh, there. This. You guys see? There's like a fire effect on this. And now it doesn't have a fire effect. It could be just a design thing. Whatever. 9 o'clock and lower. Yeah. So it's just placement stuff, I see, and they're going to probably fix the values and the numeric values and stuff like that. I don't see any big changes. Is there anything around 12 o'clock or 11 o'clock? Yes, there is a shit ton. Okay, yeah, I cannot go into this, man. Like, we don't know what we're looking at. But this is where they're going to be adding everything. So all of this is changing. Yeah. So this is now... completely different thing. So it looks like... Right, so it's not that complicated if you think about it. They just, like, obviously added a shit ton of them. But look at what we can see so far. So currently we have these right here, right? Just pay attention to the colors. Blue, red. Yeah. This is what we currently have. There you go. Blue is radial force, area of effect, and area damage. And red is resilient soul, life regen, and whatever. And those are not going anywhere. They're still there, as far as I can see. They're just placed opposite. You see? In different shapes. I don't know if they're going to remain the same. But there's also something added here. Yeah, there's too much information for this. We don't know half of it. They're removing increased attack damage on warrior left. The entire cluster? Totems are still there. That's still there. This looks very familiar. What is that? This looks very, very familiar. Why am I all the way there zoomed? What are you doing? Why is this familiar? So obviously this is some kind of a defense, right? We know that icon being armor and evasion stuff. Right? This one right here. So the elemental stuff remain the same. This looks like some kind of a charge. Is it endurance charges that look like that? What charge is red? Endurance. Yeah, yeah. I knew that I knew it. Yes, okay, okay, so endurance. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. The hell is that? Where am I? What is this? Wait, this is this cold? That's too bad to understand what it is. It's not here. Looks like cast or cold. We get Wolf early game. That's what made me say cold. Because I know that Wolf... Does it look like this? Wait. Yep, I think this should be it, right? Let me see a little bit more brighter here. Yeah, it has to be this, chat. It has to be something to do with freezing and cold and stuff. It has to be something like that. It's a little bit wider, but it's also blurry. What else can give me a better... This? Lightning? What could be that bright? I don't see that as lightning. I see this lightning. This is lightning right here. Pure energy node. Wait, even these nodes are not bad. Wait. Cold and fire and lightning? Yeah, but where's fire here? This ain't fire. Where is fire? If that's the case. If this is lightning and this is cold, or this is cold, which isn't, because we know what that is already. The red here is life regen and shit. This one is radial force. Let me just make sure that there's a little guy hanging and it's a little bit bluey. Yeah, it has to be that. Where is fire? Oh, this? This could be fire, right? Do we have that? We don't have that. Yeah, that could be fire. On the left side. Something like burn away. Yeah, this is a new cluster right here. This could be fire right here. Actually, I'm 100% sure it's fire now. I'm being lost with these zooms. God damn it. It's so hard to maneuver. Yeah, this has to be fire. This is cold, and this is lightning. Okay, good. We established that. Cool. Oh, this is going to be something big. We know this is defense. That's defense right here. So wait, is that deleted? So this cluster right here that we currently have, I don't see it anywhere. So it seems that that cluster is gone. And that cluster is the melee damage. It's there, but in another form. I hope it's this. It might be this, right? Could it be that, or do we currently have that? No, we don't. Okay, so it could be that. Okay. Yeah, it would be pretty bad to remove melee damage there. All right, so we're getting some mana efficiency. This is mana efficiency right here, or anything to do with mana. Mana regen, mana efficiency. It's practically the exact same icon as, what is it called? This one here. Conservative casting, yeah. Okay, I'm interested to know what this big node is. The keystone right here. Okay, so this still exists. It's just placed at the bottom right here. Then, now we need to cook to understand what these are. So this is defense. We know that that's defense. We know that that's endurance. We know that this is cold. We don't know what this is and what these are. But they're very familiar. Give me 1 second. I got lost again. This one right here. This reminds me of something. Where is it? The one down is cold. This. Bro, I'm sorry, chat, but it's very hard, man. I'm doing my best here. It's taking me... I don't have a way. I need to zoom in with mouse wheel. And it's taking me wherever it wants. Here. It's spell and crit, and then this is... this is... Yeah, okay. So you can go on the left side and get lightning, fire, and whatever. This is spell crit, this is cold, this is fire, this is lightning. Yeah. Now, the ones that I'm interested to find out what they are these ones here. Where are they? Found them. I don't understand how this zooming works. It's so annoying. Where are you taking me, dude? The hell? I cannot zoom in. These right here. Yeah, these. These right here look like something familiar, and I cannot figure out what. It looks like a little man. I know what that is. I know what that is. No. Oh, could it be? No, I don't think. Oh! This. Bro, it's the same. It has to be that, no? These are so... Wait, there's not a lot of yellow nodes. Yo, Alan. How you doing, brother? Hello, hello. Yellow notables. Yellow. Bro, they almost look like wind abilities, but I don't think they're going to be wind abilities. I think that's what it reminds me of. Apart from these, there's nothing close to anything else. What do you guys think? This is the closest that I can go. I can get with this, but it's not that. No shot. It's just the color is pretty similar. I don't think there's anything else that we have that could be that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They will very well be surround, but I don't understand how that surround. You know what? We're gonna go a step further. How could that become that if it's blurred? I mean, the black shadow, whatever, is over on the left side. I don't know. I don't know if that's it. Is there a game? Is there a thing in game that reminds me of that? I don't. It looks like it, but I don't think that it's those. Okay, wait. Wind. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know what they are. I just don't. I did my best, chat. You said hold control when zooming. Yeah, I don't think it zooms better, does it? Oh, wait. No, wait. Maybe. Okay. Alright, cool. I think we did good. We can actually, just for the fun of it, do one map. We haven't mapped in ages. Could it be poison? Ooh, interesting. Could it be poison? I think it's too yellow to be poison, no? Nah, I think it's too yellow to be poison. Yeah, I don't think so. This build, bro. This build. Mustard gas new ability. I know what it is. It's definitely something new. Yeah, well, We found that out. It's probably new. Look at those broken Iceman, so satisfying. True. Look at him go. It is really satisfying. I am getting light stunned, which is annoying. I'm gonna go sleep. Have a good night, man. Show me the screen again. What screen? The screenshot? Here. That's the screenshot. What a satisfying build, bro. It's not the same. Nah, it has to be something new, man. It has to be something new. What could it be, man? What could it be? The yellow ones usually mean surround, but they also mean wind, but there's nothing related to wind with them. Does Wyvern do something? Could it be something for the Wyvern? The color is what's throwing me off. New fungus skill. The plants. Yeah. Thought it would have been greenish. I don't know. You know when the patch drops, like when the league drops, that's gonna be the first thing I'm gonna go read. Maybe for charges, they have a node for the charges just below it, so I don't think it's gonna be charges again. Crazy build. And by the way, we're the wrong ascendancy. I like this. Good buildy. Let's do, let me experiment with the wrong ascendancy with our boy. Do I seriously not have the third one? Looks like it. It was Chrono, yeah. And then we did the Black Flame. So what's the problem here? None in stock? What? Really? Oh, there you go. I'm too lazy to run the simulacrum. Oxydex. Oh, you're playing PoE1, Oxy? Good stuff, man. Yeah, there it is. And we didn't even crit the first time. Who needs ascendancies? Exceptional Grand Regalia. That would be an amazing drop, by the way, in the new league with the buffs on the Moriartis. Now this boss is mandatory. Yeah, but only once. Only once. Do I have any number of trials? Bro, I think on Monday when we come back, I think on Monday we're gonna do a new crazy ass build. I'm gonna think of something so we can have some fun. For the next couple of days. Either Frozen Darts, try that one with Ice Nova. Or like the Twister build, something. Yeah, I think that's what it means. But not to the extent of craziness, but I think that's what it means, Chunk. By the way, I just remembered. Could it be poison since the druid has a plant ability? I don't think it is, but Cynical, I just remembered, I think. Let me see if it was you. It was you, man. What? How did that enter my mind now? I just remembered that I saw briefly that you were asking me about my goals for point 4, and I was talking about and doing something else, so I got distracted. I completely forgot to answer, and I just remembered that you asked me that. Random. So your comment from yesterday was, do you have any goals for point 4? I think mine are going to be do one meta type build so I can get endgame quicker and get currency. Then actually try and make a build from start to end on my own. That's a really good goal. I think my goal is going to be the same as always, I think, which is going to be try as many builds as possible, have as much fun as possible, and then when I get bored, I'm going to go to hardcore, see that for a little bit, and then we're going to see what's going to happen afterwards. But in the very beginning, I think I'm planning to do the same as you. I'm going to rush to the end game. That would be awesome. True. I think it's going to be a nice little quality of life. But we can't be too sure. Alright, let me see how we're going to perform here. How are you, brother? Esco, I'm doing good, man. What about yourself? What are you going to play? Let me just start by saying, before I answer your question, a small disclaimer. What I say now doesn't mean is what I'm going to play. I might change my mind multiple times. But for now, I'm thinking that I'm going to do a wind-based monk. Is what I'm thinking to start with. I'm keeping a very close eye to the Pathfinder. And I'm also keeping a very close eye to the Druid. Those are the 3 contenders of a league starter for me. Druid for no particular reason, apart from the fact that it's a new class. Which is why I'm placing it as a 3rd option. Pathfinder, because I've always been preaching that Pathfinder would be pretty cool. to be buffed, and they did do that. So I think that Pathfinder has a lot of potential. And the reason why it's number 2 on my list is because if I want to rush endgame, I'd rather experiment with a ranger rather than a melee, like I've always done, because it's going to be quicker no matter what. So if a melee build is like 7 out of 10 good, and a ranger build is like 5 out of 10 good, ranger build is most probably going to be more successful in speed running the endgame than the melee, which is the only reason that I'm placing that shit as number 2. And also it's pretty exciting as well. And then Monk is my number 1 because so far, unintentionally, Monk has been my main, and Wind has gotten a lot of love, and it was something that I predicted, and it's something that I wanted to happen for Wind abilities to see the light of day. And it looks like Wind might actually be an insane build right now. But I might be wrong. We still have a lot of days in front of us. I believe that before 0.4 launches, we're going to have at least 2 or 3 major changes in the patch notes. Or, I should say, additions. So it all depends, man. I'm scared of movement speed nerf with Roa. It's going to be pretty bad. If you're comparing it with now, it's going to be bad, bro. Because Roa is not the only thing that got nerfed the movement speed. But every build has got their movement speed nerfed, because now you're not allowed to go crazy with the runes of movement speed. You're only allowed to have 1. So the movement speed has taken a hit. For sure. The red one could be the totem. If it's the one at the beginning, it has to be fire. If there's lightning and cold somewhere, there has to be fire, because they need all 3 elements. And the other red one is the life regen, I think it was, the one that we currently have now. I don't know which one you're talking about. That's the one, initial, yeah, something close to that. Is what I was thinking about. Is this where I came from? It is. Oh, it's kind of insane. This is my secondary gear, by the way, Chad, that I'm using on this character. I am the complete wrong ascendancy, and we're doing tier 17 fully juiced maps. Tier 17. Pretty good build. Yeah, let's see how the boss is in this map. Oh, I screwed up the rotation. There it is. Can't wait to unsee the fog and get some colors next week. True. I'm super excited for that, bro. Super excited. Tier 17, how? You corrupt your tier 15s and you hope you get tier 16s. Like this. This is a tier 16. And then you add Irradiated or the boss +1 and becomes tier 17. Unofficial tier 17. The bug. Exactly, Oxy. It's insane that they called it a bug. Anyway. So, yeah, I've got a question. What's the point of these now? What is the point of distilled emotions in 0.4? If you're not going to use them, apart from amulet stuff, right? Apart from that, what's the point? Is that the only thing? For amulets only? Eh. If they add them back to tablets later. I see. Well, I wouldn't mind if they do that to tablets later, as long as it's a point and click. And it's not a open a window, place that, place the other one, place the third one, now extract it, now take it back, now close the window. As long as it's not that, I don't mind. Like, I create the maps, the tablets right here. Let's say, there you go, we got a rare. Let's say you just click, click, and it's done. Yeah? I cannot get over homogenized and exaltation. It was too broken, man. But I do agree, as I said before, I would rather they nerfed it instead of removed it from the game. Amulets only, but you drop them less. Yeah. Exceptional Warriors worthless nowadays. No, it has some play. It has, but now that like I don't care about it. That's why I just let's just see what it is, just for the fun of it. They're pretty bad, bro. But now they're gonna be nerfed. So, I mean, this is pretty bad. Look at that. 30 to maximum mana, 45 stun threshold. I mean, pretty bad. Thank you, Bandit. Hey, Vand, how you doing? Hello, hello. You know what? I'm not playing Fog. Have you decided your league starter build? I'm between 3. Wind Monk, which is my first contender for now. Pathfinder is the second, and Druid is the third. I might change my mind depending on what else they're gonna announce the next couple of days. I mean, patch notes, additions, and stuff like that. Nothing about meditate, no. It's too strong, but I love it. Yeah, it's good. It's good, it's good. I'm happy with the invoker changes. I don't mind. Like, we became tankier, so that's good. So hold up. Wait. So now, protect me from harm is much better. So could that be a viable option to go for? But it's not even fixing the issue defensively in the beginning of the league. This actually could be a good first step. Critical hits ignore non-negative enemy monster elemental resistances. I don't think that's going to be a first ascendancy that you get. We usually would go for Arm the Blizzard or Arm the Thunder, or actually Lead Me Through Grace. Actually, no. Lead Me Through Grace, meh. Not that great. Act 1. So it's going to be either one of these two. Then Act 2, we get the second one and we go for Lead Me Through Grace, usually. I'm out for the day. See you, man. Have a good weekend, buddy. Thank you for being here. So now I'm wondering if the Soul Springs Eternal would be a good first step for Act 1 Ascendancy. What is it? %35% less evasion is pretty good. Soul Springs Eternal. Meta skills have 50% increased spirit reservation efficiency. So, okay, 50%. So that means it's 50% less spirit, right? So you're going to be able to rock 2 auras. You're going to be able to rock 2 auras. 15 spirit one, 15 the other. Am I thinking about this wrong, or? That's how it has to be, right? So Wind Dancer for sure is going to be the first one. And then you're going to have a damaging one as a second. Or you can go double defense if you have an issue with as a league start. Yeah, this could be a good potential for the beginning. Electric illusions instead. Wait, what are we talking about? Oh, yeah. What was that name? Oh, we were playing with those in .1. Right? I'm gonna try and remember the name. Damn, what was it? I even remember the design of the aura. Shit. Lingering illusion. Cause wind is getting nerfed? No, wind is getting buffed. I'm pretty, yeah. Oh, Wind Dancer is getting nerfed. You mean, yeah? Wind as abilities, they're getting buffed. Is this what you're talking about? Yeah, it's gonna be decent for power charges though. Too many monks. Wind is getting nerfed, it's damage. Defensively, it's going to be pretty good. Knockback, it's going to be pretty good. Its damage is still good. And let's be real, it makes sense for it to get nerfed. It had no business dealing so much damage as a defensive aura. I tried to find you a wind build. I didn't do a wind build in .3. Herald of Thunder, no. Ice, no. Barrier Invocation, Lingering Illusion. Ghost Dance, they said it's gonna get nerfed. So the nerf was reducing the Ghost Shrouds. Am I right? Now it has, 3 Ghost Shrouds instead of 5. Duration between gaining Ghost Shrouds is now 7.6 instead of 3.8, so it's going to be slower and fewer. And quality now instead provides 0 to 20 increased reservation efficiency. So it's all about reservation efficiency. Wait, what is the quality now? Recover energy shield equal to 0 to 2% of your evasion. So they didn't nerf the amount of energy shield that you're getting equal to your evasion, which is 5%, which is fine. 3.1 second duration, now it's going to be 6. It's going to be double. Yeah, that's a decent nerf. But you're going to get 20% off from its cost if you go for the quality. So that's going to be 6 spirit. So you're going to save 6 spirit. Basically. So saving 6 spirit here, and then saving the 50% from all your other auras because of this change right here. This no longer gives you 35% more energy, it gives you 50% spirit reservation. So that means that 50% reservation, is it on all? Because that's going to be overpowered, bro. Now additionally grants meta skills have 50% increase. Yep, that's overpowered, dude. That's overpowered. So 50%. So whenever we unlock, whenever we do Frey Thorn, we're going to get 30 spirit. We're going to get 30 spirit, so that means that we can run 2 auras immediately. 2 auras, 15 each. So you can literally do Ghost Dance, Wind Dance at level 15 or whatever. Instantly do 2. Yeah, and it becomes... It becomes even better. Act 2 or whenever you get the other ascendancy, right? You can go for Lead Me Through Grace, bro. And you get a shit ton of spirit and you add another 2 auras. Right, yeah, maybe that's why I wasn't so hyped about it and I didn't comment on it earlier, because I think Chunk is right. I don't think it's 50% like a discount, 50% off, you know what I mean? Like 30 goes 15. I think it's a different calculation, the way that, mana efficiency is working as well. So it's like 50% is 1 divided by 1.5 equals 0.6. So you reserve 33% less spirit. So what is 33% less spirit then? 33%, because I think I can still run 2. 33% of 30 is 9.9. So around 10, let's say. So I'm going to have... So 10... You save 10, let's say. So now you're running it for 20 spirit instead of 30. And if I choose to go for Ghost Dance first, it now shaves off 20% out of 30. So that's going to be 26. It's not going to be enough. We're still going to need an additional 6 spirit to be able to run 2. Oh, if that's the case, DH, yeah, we're happy days, bro. If that's the case, Chunk is right. Yeah. Yeah, it's still good. It's still good. And we do have the spirit reservations, but I think they're pretty far. Yeah. It's here. So that's going to be a couple of levels. If that's going to remain the same. Actually, we can see if it's going to remain the same. Where is it? It looks like it's going to be the same spot. Yeah, it's this one right here, right? Yeah, it's remaining there. No, it's not that. It's the one above. What am I doing? Can I not see that? Nope, I can't. Ah, damn it. I can't even see if they're changing that. Oh, no, it's here. It's here, it's here, it's here. It's here. Okay. It's still far away, though. I think the best way to go about it is Act 2. We're going to go online so quickly, it's insane. You get the Soul Springs Eternal. Oh, wait, let me think. What's the point of going the Soul Spring Eternal if you're not going to have enough to go for 2? So there is no point in doing that. The only point is getting 1 aura and a support gem. Right? Because if it's the way that you're saying, it's going to be 10. And if they don't change anything, the best that we can do is clarity, maybe. What's a 10? Spirit. 15. Clarity's 10. We could do 10 and Wind Dancer, let's say. We're going to do 10 Precision and Wind Dancer. Vitality's 20. Herbalism is 15. Cannibalism is 15. Yeah. Fraction plating doesn't do shit for us. Yeah, so I guess precision and clarity are going to be the only thing if you go early for that. As it stands, to be honest, I don't have a lot of options. If I had the option to go 2, I don't have a lot of options. I think I would have gone for Wind Dance. Even though it got nerfed, it's still going to be fine. Like, what are the early ones? Wait, what level is it? And maybe Herald of Ash? Not Herald of Thunder. I don't want to go Thunder with the wind. Lingering Illusions, you can't go with that. You cannot early on. What can we go early on? It is meta after all. Actually, I don't. Oh, no, wait. We can do a talisman where we go with the pounce of the wolf. That's what we could do. I don't think you can get anything else meta early on. Everything else is aura, so you can't. I was thinking that yeah, maybe we can go pounce for the druid. With a wolf, with a talisman. On the second weapon set. That would be pretty cool. We also need strength. Yeah. There is a lot of pathing, so I think we're going to be fine. Because if I'm going to play the wind build, we have a cluster over here with area of effect. We have a cluster over here with area of effect. We have a new cluster over here with area of effect, so we have a lot of pathing to do. The skill gems and supports, me too, Chunk. Me too. I'm excited for it. Again, my number one contender as of today is the Monk. My number two is Pathfinder. I think Pathfinder is going to be very interesting. And the third one is the Druid. We'll see what I'm going to do. Well, yeah, we don't necessarily have anything direct with strength that we actually get. It depends on what they do with the passive tree here with the clusters that I told you about. I don't think it's going to be that hard, to be honest, because as I said, we have a lot of pathing. We are getting some dexterity, I think. Yeah, we're getting dexterity from here. I remember which ones. This has dexterity. It's not a lot, but whatever. Gear as well is gonna help. Wished, how you doing, man? Hello, hello, welcome in. With the new spell totems, freezing pulse would be great. True. We could eventually... Hey, I think I found a solution, DH. I don't know what you're playing, but for me, for example, if strength is a problem and I'm playing the wind build, evasion is going to pretty much be still a thing that we need. So eventually, we can get to enhance reflexes for the 8% dex or the proficiency. I think the 8% dex is going to help. Which means that your attributes, you can change them to strength, a lot of them, and compensate with that. I think that's going to be fine. Yeah, I think that's going to be fine. If you're going to do quarterstaff, then you have 25 dexterity for martial artistry. If you're doing that. But I'm playing spear, so I don't have that option. Yeah, so instead of getting any other defensives here, you can focus on getting spectral ward, but that's going to be for later. You can focus on damage and getting defensive on the gear mostly for campaign. And do your best to go as quick as you can to enhance reflexes. And if for my build, for example, it's going to be easier because once I get the note here, area of effect, I'm going to stop going this side because I'm going to go all the way down here to get the area of effects, which means I'm just going to go further down. And it's right here. Boom, 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 and get it from here. No, I can't. Wait, how am I going to go there? I'm going to eventually need to get this jewel and the crits here, most probably. Yeah. Yeah, I think as I had it here, so we go all the way down. We get our dex. There's going to be some notables over this side. So either go down here, get the dex, and then enhance reflexes like this, and you stop. Or we go around, because eventually we're going to need this jewel. But for early, this could be a path right here, and you get 8% dexterity. And then everything else you do could be strength. Just so you can cover for the wolf stuff. Considering the wolf being dex and not intelligence. Not dex, but strength. Yeah, not bad. Not bad. Bro, I would love to sit here for another 5 hours. And, oh, you're gonna go quarterstaff? Yeah, then it's easy for you, man. Just forget about this. You don't need to do that. You could just literally do the normal monk build and just go normally right here. And boom, you get yourself 25 dex and you're golden. You get 25 from here. You get yourself the flow like water with another 5. That's 30. And that's it. Anyway, yeah. I'm tired. It's late. And yeah. I'm super tired. I woke up at 6 with 4 hours of sleep or 3 hours of sleep. 2 videos published today on YouTube and a stream. 5 hours. Not bad. Thank you very much for being here, guys. Have a beautiful weekend. This is going to be the final weekend that I'm not streaming. The next weekend is obviously 0.4. So I'm excited. We're back on Monday. And if I decide not to stream on Monday, I'm going to let you know on Discord. So final plugin is make sure you join our Discord channel. There's a lot happening in there, as you guys are going to see. We've got a lot of discussions. People are posting stuff for 0.4. We're talking, we're answering questions. You're going to see a poll that I would love for you to go and vote. For the question of the week is, how did 0.4 reveal make you feel? Go and vote, let me know. And there's guides and all sort of stuff. You can also apply to join our guild, and that's that. Make sure that you join the Discord. Everything is there. When I stream, when I don't stream, the YouTube videos. I have 2 videos posted today, TLDR for the reveal of the trailer, and the 45-minute video that they did. I did a TLDR version of it, and then the full patch notes TLDR as well. So go and check those. And that's it. Thank you all very much. I'm going to show you now the Discord so you can go easily find it. There you go. Corey, thank you for doing that on YouTube. And have a beautiful weekend, guys. Have a beautiful day. And I'm going to see you guys next week. Okay? Thank you, guys. Bye-bye. See ya, chat.